Burgundy Commentary. Comment Blue Commentary. Comment Burgundy Blue Commentary. Blue Commentary. Burgundy Commentary. Commentary.
Hey y'all. Hey. Hold on. Okay. Good. Happy Sunday, you guys. Good, happy Sunday. I hope all is well with you and yours. Welcome back to Burgundy Blue Commentary. So you guys, you know how I do on Sunday. Thanks for all the mods. Thank you, everybody in here. Thank you. We're going to get right to the show. I appreciate y'all so much. Love everyone in the chat. I want to say that just so you know, the square up top is if you want to read, or I sort of do a diary over on Buy Me a Coffee. You can read for free. If you choose to donate, you can do that. And also my Cash App is below. Okay, everything to support your girl is in the description box. I even got a little eBay store. Okay. I'm annoyed. Y'all can hear it in my voice. I'm annoyed. We're going to go over Jedidiah Brown's video. I haven't made, after this, I haven't made the 100% decision yet. I haven't, but I don't think I'll be covering Jedidiah anymore. Also, being out here is a lot different. I'm human, so I have my opinions on things just based on my encounter, my situation, stuff like that. I'm not perfect, you guys. I'm just a human lady, and you have to realize I've saw Dalton since I've known about Dalton, saw Dalton, loved Dalton. Dalton shaped me, good and bad, since I was in the third grade, I believe, maybe. Shout out to Miss Wasp. In Burgundy. So I have a different insight. I see things differently. Also, and it's not to pat myself on the back. I never thought I would cover Dalton, but the story just got interesting to me. I like to be fair. So if I would have started covering Dalton back in the day after Tiffany's inauguration, that would have been fair. But I only started covering on my channel since the downfall of Dalton, if you will. And you guys give me a minute, because I like to think before I say things sometimes. Yeah, the downfall of Dalton, especially the administration, even what I see, I just want you to know that over here on Burgundy Blue Commentary, I'll support everybody. That's what I'm gonna do. I am going to also just report good and bad what's going on. I'm not going to be biased and not report some. If you do something, I have a problem with it. I'm gonna say something, right? If you do something good, if you do something bad, if I have questions, like I had questions the other day, like, hey Doncor, why was you there at 11:53? And I know people like, how did you well, I had that question in my head. I know y'all wanted to ask that, right? Then y'all want to know why he was the only one with Tiffany at 11:53 out of everybody to support her. I wanted to know. I wanted to hear the real tea. I'm gonna always say I reported that pool party with the twerking. Hey, Dalton didn't turn like this overnight. Okay, it's just the worst it's ever been. I'm gonna say something. If I run into Jason's house, I want to know what's his plan when he and if we're all expecting Jason House to inherit Dalton, if you will, as the next mayor. What's his plan? Where are you gonna start? Where are you gonna start? Let's talk about it. I would like to know. It's nothing that you could fix overnight. It's going to be jacked up, but I just want to know. Okay. So let's get, I want to give y'all what y'all will get over here on my channel, because I'm seeing things different. I don't have any alliance with anybody. You guys know I love Brittany Norwood, but I really don't know her. I just like how she handles herself in meetings. That's all. I like how she handles herself. Trustee Ed Steves, I think he's adorable. I think he's very kind. But at the end of the day, he's not a trustee, so I can't really count on him right now. I have to count on the elected trustees. We hope he get back in. But right now, we talking about those 6 sitting up there minus the 2 that stick together plus the 4, if that makes sense. You know, so that's what it feels like when you're here and when you're voting. You know what I mean? I just have to be honest. I'm not trying to say, oh, I don't know. This is just facts are facts. Facts are facts. And I don't want to know anybody on the outside can influence the trustees, honestly. So I wouldn't go to anybody that's not a trustee and say, hey, can you help me with this? Because I don't want to know that my trustees can be influenced, if that makes sense. So that's what it is to be a voting taxpayer person that was in the free and deed line like me. Okay. Shout out to Dr. Scott. I love Dr. Scott. Thank you for having free and deed. Okay, because the tax is so high, you gotta go there. Okay. So there you have it. Ooh, John QQ, I forgot to email you. I had a late night. A lot was going on, as you can see on Jedidiah page. Okay, so we're gonna go over there. So I want to direct your attention to this email. If you guys was on my buy me a coffee, that's a little square at the top. I do like a diary, and I wrote some today that we'll post today. And you can subscribe over there for free. It says, "Good afternoon, Burgundy Blue. I am Pastor blah blah." First of all, when you said you're a pastor, blah blah blah, I already knew. Like I know. I'm sorry, you guys. When he hit me with he hit me with the pastor immediately, because I'm gonna tell you why. As soon as you hit me with that, I'm pastor so and so, you're trying to, not to say you're not a pastor, but you're trying to grasp me in to trust you. To trust you. That's the first thing you're trying to do. I'm pastor so and so. So that means trust me, right? Now, oh, I didn't even tell you guys. I'm so angry. I'm not even angry, but I'm so annoyed at. I didn't tell you guys. So Jedidiah is telling us not to trust the advocacy cyber investigations unit. Now, we've seen them in our chat. We've seen them in Late Night Cruise chat. I've seen them over at Shawan's chat. I've seen them in everybody's chat. That's when they go live. If I'm in there live, right? They're super chatting. They're telling us this and that, but they're saying don't. So now Jedidiah is saying don't trust them. Okay. We're gonna watch Jedidiah video too. I hope he didn't delete it yet. Okay, it says, I am the spokesperson for Jedidiah Brown Advocacy Cyber Investigation Unit. Okay, I have been asked to reach out to you. So you gave me 2 things. You know, I like talking about Jed. You know, I like Jed. Then you say you're a pastor, right? Now you're going to use the vulnerability of me knowing that, what's that guy name? Kamal was sitting there filming me at the whole time at the meeting. So he's using that vulnerability, or they're using that vulnerability of me already knowing that I was watched during and after the meeting being recorded, right? Don't like that. Okay. I have been asked to reach out to you. I'm assuming it means Jed asked them, right? It has come to our attention that you were fined by the township for $400. Can you please let me know if it's any truth to this? You can reach or reply to me personally. I'm gonna tell you what I did. I said thank you so much, because I just said thank you so much, or I said something. Let me go to it. I said thank you. Glad you're here. Look, peace. That's exactly what it was. Audi 5,000. I was like, thank you for all you do. Glad you're here. No, I don't know about that, but peace. That was it. I did not want to go back and forth. I did not want to call anybody or nothing. So, so after that, I saw Jed at the house. I said the house picnic. Lord Jesus, that's what it felt like. Ah, that's so funny. So I see Jed at the rally yesterday, right? So I'm excited to see Jed, but I see in the chat and I'm getting in my inbox on Instagram, people are saying turn around, you'll see two black. If you guys saw it, put a one, because I couldn't really watch the chat, it was going so fast. If you saw, they were like, look behind you, it's two blacked out Cadillacs behind you. That's us. And then the next one was, look for the man with the hand on his hips, blah blah blah, right? Like somebody was watching me. I did not like that. I did not like that. Do you guys get what I'm saying? I didn't like that. Like, turn around, look behind you, right over your shoulders, two blacked out Escalades. That's us. This is Chicago. This is Chicago. I didn't like it. It don't take all that. Now let me tell y'all something. So then after that, I saw Jed, and Jed, he was, like I always say, Jed, the thing about Jedidiah is he's very charismatic. He's handsome. He's almost infectious, if you will. His charisma will, you automatically just feel warm and happy and fun when you see Jedidiah Brown. He's handsome, like I said. His presence is not what I meant by that, like when you see him, he's a smaller guy. So remember at the Thornton Township event when they pulled him in the back, I felt like they thought they could intimidate him because of his stature. And I remember hearing Jedidiah say he was bullied as a kid, right? But Jedidiah, he's something special. That's what I want to say. I want to tell you, he's something special for sure. It's something about him. I don't know what it is. It's something about him, but it always comes with messiness. And that's what I'm going to say as Burgundy Blue Commentary. It always ends in him. He'll come out here to help us, but the fight turns into something else. And he has all the best intentions. And that's why one of my questions to him, it went something like, how can you do all this? I watched this man out there. He's not lying when he says this. He came out there, overheard people, help me, help me, help me. Like running to him, help me, help me. You know what I mean? And that's what he comes, and he sits there and he has the patience to talk to everyone. And when we were out there waiting on him, he had to run away for a minute. And I actually think he ran away to get a sip of water and just to breathe. That's my opinion. Do you know that somebody, I don't know if he knew her or not, was sick of waiting, and she followed him, and he was like, I'll be right back. I promise, I promise, I promise. She followed him to wherever he was at. And I don't think she was with him, so I'm not even gonna say that. She was like, no, I need to talk to you now. Jedidiah, I don't know his financial situation, but I will say he comes with resources. He comes with resources. That Jedidiah, I believe, if something happened to you, you could go, and if he knew, he's somebody. You ever met somebody that knew somebody that knew somebody? Like your kid, like let's say you didn't have a place to stay. Oh, I know somebody with 3 flat, no application, or he's one of those people. I'm hungry. Okay, go right up here. I need clothes. Okay, I know this person that has a boutique. He's someone that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. I do believe that. But it always comes with a situation. Now, I'm not blaming him for this email, but what I will say is this. I've been following Jed because I'm loving what's going on. I want to know more about Dalton behind the scenes. When did it? I remember him saying, sign up for Hell Week, sign up for these Tims, these teams, and everyone's going to be seriously vetted. I remember that. My point is Jedidiah can't do everything by himself. So he's going to have to resource out, right? And here we go here today. We got, this is my whole question. Okay. How do we know? And like I said, it's not a bash Jed session. Like I'm trying to tell you guys the vibe I get from him. So it's just like, he's resourceful. He's smart. He's charismatic. He means well, right? He's entertaining. I tell you one thing, he's damn sure entertaining. This AICU page been running around for at least what, a couple of weeks, or was it a little over a week? On every channel, not just here, telling us what we're supposed to do. Hey, Big Mike. Who we're supposed to follow. Even, and I'm gonna tell you, some of it gets a little sketch. And I'm not, and when I say this, I'm not trying to take away his credibility. It gets a little sketch when you see support this fight, and it's like 5 different emails, 5 different cash apps. Just list, it should all be under Jedidiah Brown Foundation or whatever it should be. You know what I mean? That's what you should do. I don't care what Jedidiah said. He got paid $3,500 through the citizens of Dalton to come out here. I think he earned every penny. Every penny. I think he earned every. Hell, we could have gave Jedidiah some of Lori Lightfoot money. But now it's time to get back to the situation at hand. We need Jedidiah to focus on why he came out here. What did he come out here for? The Andrew Holmes situation. Let's put, if you can't, let's put the employees on ice. Kim selling bootleg leggings out her car, let her. The FBI are looking for people with those lists. Let's just let that go. If your course right now was to help fight against for the victims in the Andrew Holmes case, I needed to go back to that. Dalton has gotten so messy. Didn't the only thing we wanted at one time was the receipts and my viewpoint? It then turned into we getting people titties on the internet. We getting, what else is going on around here? Somebody slept with somebody boyfriend, cousin. We putting people personal situations and possible somebody gay over here. So just no. Let's get back to the situation we are at, supposed to be. I understand that it gets a little, it's entertainment. But now it's messing with people's lives. And when you come over here and messing with Burgundy Blue, it's a problem for me because I'm still Southside regardless. I don't like the messiness. If we're here to help, we're here to help. We just here to help. And we're here to get to the bottom. Now, do I expect Jedediah to close the case of Andrew Holmes overnight? No. No, because it's a civil case involved, right? It's a civil case involved. We can't really get messy on that because we'll mess up the lady case. And like we saw, he said yesterday, 2 of the victims had to come to Jedidiah for money. You know, one was $400 short of something, and the other one, I think he said it was another situation or something like that, was facing eviction. And because people are given the resources, they're able to get help. Okay, so that's what I want to say. Oh, I'm the same. Thank you, Captain Flatastic. So hey, Big Mike, yeah, Jedidiah used to be, yeah, we got that picture on that. I don't know if they were friends. I thought they were just advocate buddies, but I guess you could say they were friends, right? So I'm a little disturbed just by where things are going, because it seems like everybody's more happy about the messiness. But at the end of the day, we don't know if Dalton bankrupt yet. We don't know what happened in Vegas. We don't know anything. So let's go to the let's watch his Facebook video together. Let's see what he has to say. But yeah, I was like, I'm just over it. I'm over it already. I'm just more annoyed that so I asked Jedidiah yesterday. I said, you were just in Vegas. And he was like, yeah, I had to be here. You got to take care of yourself too. It is a lot to be trying to do this. Let me tell you, this gets Dalton News and the tips, it never stops, right? So I'll be sitting here like, oh, I'm gonna take the day off or something like this, and it'll be breaking news. Like yesterday, we heard that the feds went to Thornton Township, right? And today, Jedidiah, you'll never get. I mean, and it's even more news than this. You have to pick and choose what you're gonna cover. Let's listen to this, and then we'll get back to what I have to say. Oh yeah, always. Yeah, I really wasn't. I'm not. You know what? I really wasn't looking forward to Hell Week, just because this is how I feel. And you guys, let me tell you, the entertainment is something crazy, and it's something funny when you see Jedidiah or his team find out stuff about people, and you know it's sort of true because you know you live it. You know what I mean? By me being out this way, I've heard the rumors or heard stuff like that. It's kind of funny, but I always think, like, please, if somebody's showing pictures of murder scenes and stuff like that, call them out. I want to see if they're doing stuff like that, call them out. No shame. No shame in anything. But I really don't care about anything totally messy. Like, I don't care. I don't care if that lady was cheating on her husband. I don't. It's juicy. I'm like, oh no, girl, you just was one town over cheating on your man. But do I'm more concerned if you're sending out photos of crime scenes. We need to get to the bottom of that. And that's what I wish Jed would do right there. Get to that. I can't tell anybody what to do, but that's what I think I would like him to do. Okay, so let's go back, because now he got a restraining order from her, so he really, I don't think, can say anything. He can't say anything, right? So that's one. Andrew Home, he's hiding in plain sight. He was in Food for Less yesterday, getting him some lunch meat at the deli. Something's not right with that either. I'm just saying, that's something in my gut say it's a reason Andrew Holmes walking around the way he is without a care in the world. It's something there. We're missing a piece of that. We're missing a piece on why he knows he's going to be okay, could still collect the check, and why Tiffany didn't ask him to step down. It's something there. Okay, let's get to Jedidiah video. But I'm like, can we get to let's see. So yeah, he passed out yesterday, you guys. But I asked him when we were out there, I said, what makes you do this? Keep on, keep on doing this. Going You just was in Vegas. You have to. This Dalton news nonstop. This is very true, and that's what I try to do. Rest, like I'm dealing with something with my family right now, and we need all hands on deck. And unfortunately, our family is getting smaller and smaller. So I just took a break. I said I have to rest, because if I don't rest, I can't help nobody if I end up in the hospital. And that goes for anybody out there. If you overdo it yourself, they'll find another way to get the job done. So you can't kill yourself, okay? Let's go.
Why I am effective. But I'm sitting here and I'm literally talking to God. And I literally started to shed tears because I am a man, but I'm also a son. And I began to cry to my God because that's what I believe. I believe that God gave me this assignment. So everybody who be trying to tell me, do this, do that, don't do this, don't do that, I don't listen to people because that's not my source. And so literally the reason why I said it's crazy is because I was getting myself together so I can come on this live. And this here is the dried up tears from when I was just talking to God about this. But this is what I want to say. Let me tell y'all how amazing God is. So literally, I mean, y'all, people don't understand that when I'm on something, it's for real. I've asked for king discernment. That means that I have a great gift of empathy, because with discernment comes empathy. And so, or you feel things. And so when I attach myself, and I'm sorry, my voice is gone because of a lot of reasons, but y'all, my body, I just got to get my body right. You faking. I got to get my body right. My body is not where it needs to be. So I'm trying to get my body right. But anyway, listen to me. I pray for discernment. And so I was really tired. I was really tired, but I had to press so that I could get to Chicago from Las Vegas. And when I was in Vegas, and my team, some of them are on here, we had a guy who was on our team who just, we had to put safety measures in place. If you was crying, your eyes would be red. So we had a guy who was basically like offering everything, like, I'm gonna be the resource. No, this, don't put up no support in this. I'm just talking. I don't need no support for the cause. This is Jedidiah the person. Don't put nothing on here about support, nothing. Listen to what I just please hear me so I can just stay focused. But there was a guy who this isn't his first time being around me in causes, but he was offering everything. So one of the things we couldn't do, I couldn't use my own cards. I had to change my phone because I didn't want to be a traceable. So literally, he was like, I want to do this, I'll do that. If you need anything, I'll do it. I'll put this in my name. And I've learned through my years of advocacy, when somebody comes trying to offer everything, don't trust it. Don't trust it. Don't trust the person that want to give you everything and have every answer and every time. Nope. No, thank you. I'll take a flight out there with you. No, thank you. I'll get you the hotel. No, thank you. But I decided, okay, I'm gonna try and trust this shit a little bit. But it was already a red flag for me. Now, hold on one second. It was a red flag for me. And so anyway, I get to Chicago and I go to the rally. This is Jedidiah the person talking. This is not no tea or none of that. But I get to the rally and I'm tired and I hadn't eaten. And I don't really recognize it because anybody who knows me personally, they know I don't really eat anyway. It's like, that's not nothing strange. And so I was at the rally and I was dancing with the people and talking to people, but I was a little disoriented. I was very tired. But y'all listen to me. When we were going over our safety conversations, I have 3 levels of safety conversations, 3 levels of planning conversations with 3 different teams. And so when I was having the conversation, this person was like, look, I got the car, I got a truck and Escalade on standby. If you need me, I'm gonna come and get you from the airport and I'm gonna drive you. But I'm just like, no, I move solo for a lot of reasons. Number one, you don't never want people to know how you can come. The greatest gift that people can give you is to underestimate you. The greatest thing that people can do is to think you are alone. You don't got no love. You don't got no support.
I just want to pause that right there. Now, did I ask you? I think I did, but put a 1 in the chat. I have 308 people in here. Please hit the like button. Thanks for everybody just into the room. I appreciate you guys so much. So Jedidiah is talking about the AICU, from what we understand, the criminal investigation unit, something. Now, did you guys put a 1 in the chat if you recall? I seeing in my chat the AICU was like, look over your shoulder, over your right shoulder, something like that. I gotta screenshot it, but over your shoulder, the 2 blacked out Escalades, that's us. Look to your left, to the man with his hands on his hips, and you won't believe who's behind you. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. And you know, I'm not even that type of person. You know, I live an easy life, but telling me, looking and watching my moves and telling me to look over my shoulder, this is Chi-Town. Okay?
You can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out.
So don't think that Burgundy be by herself either. Do not think that, because I have a contingency plan in place. No, I'm not like, it's 2 people always come on and they're really kind and sweet. Even my girl succeeding too. I wish you stayed anonymous. I wasn't anonymous when I started my YouTube channel, so all you had to do was scroll. All you had to do is scroll, because I'm on there. I don't have anything to hide. I love myself. I love my life. I love the people around me. I've been good to people. I don't have any, I'm only human. I'm only human. So yes, I've made mistakes, but why do I have to be faceless if I don't want to? I wasn't going to cover this story, which I didn't want to cover, because I'm going to tell you one thing that I've learned in my 45 years of living. Sometimes when you get involved in stuff like this, or even the beef sectors and stuff like that, it's easier for them to attack the women first. It's easier for them to attack the women first. And I'm not trying to be sexist, but you'll see first. They always release stuff about, and I'm not saying Jed or anything like that, but it'll always be something released about a woman that's doing the commentary, or released about this. Oh, she didn't clean her greens 3 times before she cooked them. Oh, look at here. One of her baby teeth fell out and it's too late. The baby teeth should have fell out at 4, not 3. You know, just weird stuff. Don't do that. It was so unnecessary. So when I saw that in the chat, I was like, this somebody on Jedidiah team that says they're an investigative, such and such, putting in the chat, look over your shoulder. It was only 12 of us out there. I can see if Jedidiah around. I can see. Yeah, that's when it started. Yeah. It's just annoying. No, they didn't know me. I don't know any. Look, I don't know any of the players. I've seen Jedidiah for a long time and his advocacy and what he does to try to help. You know, I've seen that. I was always excited he was coming, because when Jedidiah comes, he has a following. Okay, he has a following. He has a voice. It's sort of the best way I can understand it. The best way I can explain it to you. You ever went to Sam's Club? Anybody ever get the buckets of ice cream? And I mean the tubs. Remember Sam's Club used to have that 5-gallon tub of ice cream? and you can get the vanilla ice cream. I used to hate that. Like my birthday party, they get the vanilla. Like you had the vanilla, strawberry, and what was it? Chocolate, right? And everybody would eat the chocolate and the strawberry and just leave the vanilla in there, right? It's always gonna be some left. It's gonna be a residue, is what I'm trying to say. It's gonna be something left behind, and your mom would be like, "Don't throw that ice cream away. It's been sitting in there for years." Just that little vanilla section. It's always gonna be something there that's not complete. That's if I could describe it the best way. Because, and I want to give him grace, he's only one person. So when he started saying all these people are signing up to be a part of Hell Week for free, I already knew that was going to be a problem. Because everyone's going to want their just due. They're going to want their acknowledgement, etc., etc. And it's all going to Jedidiah Brown. Now, listen closely to this, because at this point he's saying that this person is... Now, I want to go back to this email. And I can read people very, very well. That's one of my gifts. But I give people the benefit of the doubt. Dear whoever sent me this email, please don't start. That's all I'm going to say. Please don't start. We don't want that. Because I could feel it in my spirit. I already know. Please, so you guys, I already know how this is going to go. Please don't start. Okay? That's what I want to say. This was the thing. When they said Burgundy Blue, I'm pastor, like I said, the pastor was to get me to trust you, right? I am the spokesperson for Jedidiah Brown Advocacy Cyber Investigations Unit. Mods, keep an eye on my chat if you don't mind. Do I got any mods in here? I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring anybody. I'm just not I'm not in the chat if you don't mind. Thank you. I'm a spokesperson for Jedidiah Brown Advocacy Cyber Investigations Unit. You dropped Jedediah name, so I'm supposed to trust you even double, right? I have been asked to reach out to you. It has come to our attention that you were fined by the township for $400. Can you please let me know if there's any truth to this? You can reply or reach out to me personally. Ain't nobody gonna approve that. And I'm not gonna approve that. Number one, this started. I got this email because of this. That's why I got that email. Now, what the hell isn't? I'm not being funny, but I have been a township resident for as my adult life, not count kids' life, not my kid life. 25 years. 25 years. So 25 years, an adult resident able to pay taxes, bills, and violations, right? I've never seen Thornton Township write a ticket. Has anybody ever gotten a ticket from Thornton Township? I'm not. Now, I did get a ticket. Now, you guys, I did get a ticket from Dalton. That's another story. Now, Dalton can issue a ticket. Yeah, Dalton can issue a ticket. Thornton Township. Have you ever seen Thornton Township? I wish anybody from Thornton Township in here. Have you got a ticket from Thornton Township? I have never. I have never gotten a ticket from Thornton Township. I have not. I have never seen Thornton Township issue a ticket. If I'm wrong, let me know. Because what would they issue it for? Grass cutting? They can't issue me a parking ticket. They have no. They're not they're not a municipality. It's a township. So where would I get a ticket from? Deborah said I probably will now. They gonna make one out. They gonna make it on loose leaf paper. Yeah. So this email made no sense to me. It made no sense to me. Okay, let's get back to Jedidiah. I'm just saying, I just want y'all to connect the dots. D-O-T-T. Connect the dots.
But I'm good. I don't need you to come drive me nowhere. I ain't giving a fuck about what kind of cars you offering. I'm good. And so anyway,
sorry, gotta pause it again. Remember, he said, okay, remember you guys that was in the chat when they were like, we got the 2 blacked out Escalades. Like, they were so excited to let us know that they had 2 blacked up Escalades. And I didn't even turn. And you guys, I didn't turn. I ain't turned nowhere. Cause what am I turn? It would have ended up like this. Like, okay, I'm not turning nowhere. Shout out to some people that were out there as well, just looking out for me. I didn't know them, but they were so kind, gracious. They had involvement in the community, and they were looking out for me immediately. Like, we came down here because we thought you, like, thank you to all of you guys. So let's go. Just find this interesting. Like, y'all let's not be messy, man. Let's get the job done. That's all I want. Get the job done. Let's have a victory getting it done.
And you know, they're messaging me. My teams are messaging me, but I ain't paying attention to the shit because I'm in the moment with the people. If the people are out there fighting, I can fight. They don't got a security. I'm good. I ain't worried about it. We wasn't even in technically Dalton. And we were monitoring the things that we have the ability to monitor. And so, long story short, when I got done, I was supposed to go right back to the airport. Somebody from my team rolled up on me. You're not responding. I'm good. I was supposed to go right to the airport, but I didn't feel well. But literally, y'all, please, let me, okay, how do I make this make sense? I'm a praying man.
Wait, before we finish, investigate, advocate. If you want to, my lady C, you want to come up and say something, you're welcome to. But if you're saying the person that sent me that is actually a member of one of his teams, let's go to the board. Let's go to the board right quick, because this is my issue. Isn't in this video he's saying he works for ACIU? You're the spokesperson for ACIU, from what I understand from this email, right? So let's continue this. I just want to put a pin in that. I'm gonna put a pin in that because this person is saying I'm the spokesperson for ACIU, and that was the same person in the chat, ACIU, talking about the Escalades, right? All right. Let me clear this up. A member from our group started ACIU, wanted to start a new group, and the group used Jed's name until it was found out they can't be trusted. Okay, you know what? Let's watch this, because I'm sorry. I can't read all that, baby. I can't read. Somebody said that, like, sign right here. We'll get back to that. I'm a screenshot it. We'll get back to that, because that just made my head bust just to look. That's not a. Can I say this? And I don't mean this with malice. Didn't this happen before? Investigate, advocate. I feel like we've been here before, where someone was part of maybe freedom fighters, and then they decided to branch off, and it was a big mess back in the day with another case. I remember this. I've been following Jed for a long time. The members of Jed's group are no longer affiliated with ACIU. A member from our group started ACIU. The members of Jed's group are no longer affiliated with ACIU. Okay, am I getting this correctly? Is that what you're trying to say? And hello, everybody. A member of our group started ACIU, wanted to start a new group, and the group used Jed's name until it was found out they cannot be trusted. Let's continue because maybe I'm getting something wrong. Let's go, guys.
Felt like I could not leave. I was like, well, I don't know what to do. So I ended up going to dinner with some people. But while I was sitting there, I missed my flight. So I'm sitting there with the dinner with these people and I'm eating. And I'm like, I cannot move. I cannot move. Like I need to stay still for some reason. God, y'all probably ain't going to, people probably not going to understand because you're not in my shoes. So you're not going to get what I'm saying. But I stayed in Chicago and I went to dinner with these people from Dalton. And so long story short, when we got with the dinner, I got in the car with a resident from Dalton. I felt okay. I know that this person is a former police officer because we do our research. And I'm sitting there in the car and all of these residents are coming and like, Jed, we love you. And they show me all this love. But I sat in the car. And if y'all was out there at the thing, y'all would have saw, I almost passed out when I was dancing because I was too tired. And I sat in the car and my body crashed. Literally, I fell asleep. My body just shut down on me. And I wasn't going to never say anything about this publicly. But the residents of Dalton on Saturday, because I crashed in the car, these people, man, they was moving me around in the car, letting me sleep. It was not supposed to do that. It was not planned. I didn't ask for it. It just happened. I fell asleep. And these people, one of them was a first responder, just drove me around. I couldn't talk to my team. I couldn't talk to nobody. Y'all didn't have no energy. This is God, I'm telling the truth. But anyway, this really blessed me because I woke up and they was like, okay, we're not leaving you. So they was moving me around on their gas money in their car, letting me fucking sleep. Are y'all, okay, I said this 3 times. I think y'all get it. I'm forever grateful for that. Forever grateful for that. And then they took me to the airport. There was no flight to leave. And then they kept driving me around because I kept falling asleep. Dalton, y'all have done more for me than I've done for you. But I didn't get that flight. Let me tell you why that thing is crazy. They had me, I have 3 groups. And it's the first time that I've had a research team want to do things. They just want to do things. Like, okay, flag, but okay, do it. They barely doing the things I asked to be done. But okay, I'm watching it. Now they want to create the ACIU. Okay, y'all can create it. I got the proof. I asked them. So let me ask y'all a question since y'all creating a whole group. Are y'all doing this with me or y'all doing your own thing? We're doing this with you. But then I go on the ACIU page, and I'm sharing what they share because I want people to support them. People don't have to be stuck to me. That's fine. Y'all can go and branch out. But when you tell me something, that's what it is. But anyway, now people are starting to join the page. I'm sharing the things on my page. They're putting up receipts that they're finding. They're literally doing it on their own. They're capable. They can do it. I'm giving them my blessing. But you start seeing the moment that a person's getting close to you and you give them a little bit of room, they can't. It starts coming out quickly. Now there's discord in my investigation team, the new one, the freshman. I ain't never had that happen in no investigation team since I left the Kanika Jenkins case. That blew me away. I'm like, okay, I see this, but I don't see it. But I'm literally with no energy, trying to eat, trying to hydrate, trying to sleep. And I look in there and I see something is wrong. I went up in there and said, now fuck that. I'm too close. We finna do Hell Week. Thank y'all for your service. Goodbye. I'm not gonna try to figure this out. I don't care what y'all got talking about. I don't care what y'all got going on. I'm looking in this shit. I'm seeing Flint and all this other agenda shit. This ain't got nothing to do with Dalton, which is what I'm on. And they're trying to push me to Flint. And I'm like, okay, but I can't leave. I gotta focus. We've exhausted and done everything we can do in Dalton. And then one person said, we're bored. Wrong. When somebody is on a mission with you and they say, we're bored because you ain't gave us nothing to do for the day. No. Flag.
Okay. Hey, Kiana Belcher, thank you so much. Let me say something. I'm gonna share a video with you guys. Like I said, I'm putting myself out here. I'm not trying to start no mess. But I wouldn't be Burgundy Blue if I wasn't just giving you both sides. I give y'all both sides all the time, being like, okay, well, what about this? Y'all know how I felt about the sparkling street lights, you know? I'm gonna play a video from some old freedom fighters, just a cute clip, nothing more. I'm not going to say these people are vouchable or nothing like that, but this is the exactly same thing. The team was dismantled. What I don't get, and like I said, Jedidiah is charismatic, nice, handsome, smart, can speak. He's a leader, natural born leader. All these good things. I see like I said, y'all worry about Long Island. I see Jedidiah. He smell good. He look good. He's just a handsome guy, right? It's something about him. When you're around him, you feel good. You feel like he wants to fight for you. And I do believe he has those intentions. But it always leads to something else. I thought we were on the task of getting Andrew Holmes that situation rectified. Now we need a box truck, a billboard. We got titty pictures. I need us to get back to the basics. That's what I need. I'm not telling nobody what to do, but that's just what I'm saying, what I would like to watch. I'm not saying don't trust Jedidiah. I'm saying watch the movements, if that makes sense. I'm not saying don't trust him. I want that to be clear. I'm not saying to stop donating. I'm saying Burgundy Blue is done reporting on it, because now it's getting messy. Now we got enough mess. We got to clean up. We got enough mess. We got to clean up. Just like it's a spokesperson in the chat. So are we not supposed to follow Jedidiah? So Jedidiah, hold on, guys. Let's get to this. Let's do this right quick. And I'm not telling you guys. I think I'm trying to say, he's only one person, right? He's only one person. Let's go to this. I'm gonna give you an example. y'all go. It's time to make you laugh. We're gonna laugh about something right quick. It's somebody in the chat that's signing off as such and such mod. Like, so are you saying that, okay, you guys, hear me out. Jedidiah, if you're listening, we did talk before. You said you watch my content, appreciate it. Hear me out, guys. I'm a victim right now. I'm a victim. So I see that Jedidiah is on Facebook, will investigate and advocate. Something happened to me, allegedly. Let's say I'm saying in a dreamland, right? I come across Jedidiah Brown and I say, oh, ACIU, they're the ones that's going to help me because Andrew Holmes did this horrible thing to me. Now I found out that dismantled. Okay. Well, don't worry about it. We'll let that go, because I know I can go to the Jedidiah Brown YouTube page and reach out to whatever's in his contents there and submit my report to them. And now it's somebody saying dash mod Susie. So basically, if I reach out to Jedidiah, in my head, it's a bunch of other people he don't even know gonna get my information anyway. Why do it? That's what it looks like to me. We're gonna support Jedediah's fight. I would donate to the Cash App because I, as a Chicagoan, I remember FFJB being freedom fighters, Jedidiah Brown. Who the hell is Cassandra? I think she's a nice young lady. I think I met her. I think she's really cool. I want to actually get to know her. I think that's the one that rides with him a lot. She has pretty locks. And then, or V Griffin. I'm going to need y'all to organize this because we wouldn't want Keith Freeman doing this. I'm going to need everything to be Jedidiah Brown. So when I go write it off on my taxes, or when Cassandra go pay her taxes, or when Vivian or whoever, VGG, go buy her a house, and she has to report all them Zales coming in, because you know when you buy you a house, honey, they be want to know what each Zelle, each Cash App, they be before they give you that loan. I'm gonna need y'all to organize this the best way you can, because I know the stresses of doing that when you might not have the funds to do that. But it all should be we're donating to Jedidiah Brown, whatever his advocacy is. All three of these, the Cash App, the PayPal, and the Zelle. It shouldn't be we donating to all three different people and don't know them. We wouldn't accept that from nobody else. Okay, so I'm gonna need that to get organized too. Yeah, we like what? So I'm gonna need some organization before people. I'm gonna need some organization. Continue to support Jedidiah. He, like I said, he earned every bit of that $3,500. Give him some of Lori Lightfoot money, okay? But it always turned into this messiness. And didn't we just hear him say, we vetted the mods. We vetted, we knew that when he was passing out, he knew the lady was a police officer that drove him around because he checked, he did his background. Now let me tell you, the internet is weird. You can't check everybody. You know, I'm trying to be honest about it. But he said he knew this person who was ACIU for a while. It's crazy. It's crazy. I like this comment. Ooh, pretty locks. Hey, Burgundy, Jedidiah style is just a different way of getting things exposed. Okay. Yeah, it's sort of like a squeeze, like that, just like that picture of Carmen, or Carmine, is that her name? Just that picture right there would make me nervous, right? Like, oh shoot, what he gonna put out? But then when you post that picture, it's just people that don't like her gonna report certain rude stuff. You know what I mean? In my head. When I want to know about the money, the stuff that you did under government, I don't care if you was working at Arnie's. I don't care if you sleeping with Keith Freeman. I don't care, because at the end of the day, that's just messing up their happy home, and I don't want to be a part of that. But what you did illegally on government time, I want to know about. Okay, so I get that. I think I saw Trustee Belcher in the house. Thank you. I saw Trustee Belcher say something and I missed it. Sorry. I just hope this isn't a money grab for him. That would be extremely disappointing. Yeah. I think, okay, this is how I feel about it. When you're doing stuff like this, for Jedediah to fly from Vegas to Dalton, back to Vegas, you know, for him to have a place to stay if he needs it, for him to take off of what he does on his day-to-day. Like, I like to YouTube, but YouTube is not my income. Hopefully one day it will be. So y'all, I be up, like last night. Forgive me. I stepped on, I got an email saying I stepped on someone and someone didn't realize it. I try to see if anybody else's live. I try to do stuff the right YouTube way, if you will. But I work, so I got to get in where I fit in. So my day-to-day job, I have to make sure I'm there, you know. So if Jedidiah is flying across the world doing all this stuff, like I'm still trying to schedule if I'll be off May 6th, you know. If Jedidiah is flying across the world and doing all this stuff, unless he got hella real estate or hella bonds, he has to make, or he got money stashed, that takes a toll. So he's saying repeatedly he's never used a dime. I want to believe it because I know how it. If he said, we're gonna say that's what he means. But it costs to do this, right? For him to advocate, for him to be running up and down the street, for him to pay people for information, for him to Uber here and there, it costs. But Dalton is a hot topic. A lot of people are making good money. That's it. You know, it's crazy. Ron G. Burgundy. Yesterday, ACIU gave you a $20 super chat in my honor for asking a trivia question. I was honored they did that. Now today I can't mess with them. Haha, I stand with Jed. Yeah, let me tell you, I did not expect Jedediah to release this news. Now, let me tell you this. I did get some super chats from ACIU, and I think they also sent me a cash app or bought membership. So thank you. I figured it wasn't Jedidiah doing it because Jedidiah wouldn't be able to use the advocacy money to cash app YouTubers, right? So I just immediately thought it was somebody else. So I didn't think nothing of it. And then now today he's denouncing them. So I didn't expect this. I am confusion, and this is where we are with it. And if he was passed out, why did you take him to the hospital? So he was Jed, I'm sorry. You wouldn't be rolling around in my car like weekend at Bernie's, going from side to side. You would be right there at that urgent care, and I'd be at Hooters. Call me when you're ready to get picked up, because you ain't going side to side rolling around in my car talking about you sleepy. Oh no, what Shay say? Oh no. Talking about they were pushing him. This sounds like weekend at Bernie's. Let's go.
When people need to have pats on the back, when people need something to do to entertain themselves, when people need something to do to validate themselves, them the wrong motherfuckers to have close to you. I'm an emotional person.
Somebody, Trustee Belcher, someone got in my chat talking about she had a heat stroke. And at first they put Mr. Stubbs, but I'm not sure. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Mr. I wasn't sure if she was like, if Mr. Stubbs was with us still. I'm not trying to be funny. I did get to meet Mr. Stubbs while I worked for housing. The nicest guy I ever met in my life. Really nice guy. But that was back in the early 2000s. So, well, that's at least who they told me that was Mr. Stubbs. Yeah, I was like, hey, they said she had a heat stroke, turned around, she was right behind me. So no, you right. Yeah. Hey, money was it was crazy. Is Jedediah YouTube channel investigate, advocate, educate? I want to make sure we don't, girl, I can't, Deborah, I want confusion. I cannot confirm nor deny. Never can't confirm or deny.
Time they're emotional, they leaving stuff, throwing tantrums, they acting up, flag. So I'm looking at this now. Look, they got all this stuff in here, all this information we investigating, and I'm looking at this strange movement, and they keep on leaving and doing all this weird shit. But this is the thing. This is the thing. They're trying to push me to other things that they're doing, creating pages. Okay, whatever. They doing work. I can't say they ain't done no work because they done work. We have used the work that they've done. We have used the resources to get information and to present that information. I won't lie, we have. But they move so fucking strange. And they like, I got this Cadillac. I'm going to drive you around. I'm going to get you from the airport. I'm going to get your hotel. I'm going to come. Nope. I don't. One of the reasons why I move solo, because I don't want nobody to be seen next to me that motherfuckers are misconstrued for somebody in my life that they not. I've been through that enough times. So anyway, I don't support the ACIU page any further. It's an agenda that is not rooted genuinely in the mission.
So there we have it. We were trying to figure out if do we go with ACIU or no? So he's saying he does not support the ACIU page. Now, if anybody was taking notes at the beginning, he said the person he did know for a while and they wanted to start this, and he said, sure, go ahead. And he said, are you with me or with for yourself? And they said, we're with you. And there we go. Okay, let's go.
But this is the thing. I didn't get on the plane. If I would have got on the plane, I would have had to depend on my team. So look at God. I'm being driven around by people who don't even know what's going on in the background. No energy. Couldn't get on the plane. And the people who was supposed to be monitoring me and taking care of me got all this bullshit going on. I did not get on the plane, which means that I could not do what they expected and wanted me to do at the time they wanted me to do it. And they then turncoated on me. And what blew me away is when I said, I'm good with this freshman squad, I'm disbanding it. I got 2 veteran investigation squads. The moment I said that, one of my senior members of my team who've been with me for a long time, I said, don't add me to no group and don't tell me what's going on because I don't care. I don't have time to focus on that. I don't want to know what's going on with all this bullshit. How is there bullshit when we ain't even doing nothing today? And sure enough, this woman sends me this. Y'all, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. This person sends me what this person did that sabotages me. It misrepresents me.
What did they? Okay, so we're gonna find out. Did anybody know what the person did at ACIU? Because, like I said, I basically got this email. That was it. I was gonna play that clip from the Kanika Jenkins situation, but I'm not, because I feel like I'm gonna tell you about it, but I'm not gonna play the clip. I know that it's like, what's the difference, Burgundy? Because I don't know if those 2 people were trusted, but basically this didn't happen before. This whole situation didn't happen before. You just gotta trust me. We didn't heard this before. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
For vulnerability and an attack. And it hurts because I didn't think that they would do that to me. It does hurt. But it's okay. And I'm waiting for this motherfucker to strike. Because I'm going to cut his head off and I'm going to cut his balls off. Because I research everybody that's around me. But one thing you cannot research is the heart of a person all the time. People will use you for their own validation, their own platform, and their own agenda. I don't even give a fuck about the platform because I'm not a celebrity. People don't come to me.
And I just want to say this. A lot of times I always hear Jed say, they want to hold something against me for my past. I think all his past is on YouTube on an easy Google search. So if he keep his head up and chest out and keep on doing this, you guys, please, I don't know how to describe it. he's entertaining, right? If anybody know what I'm trying to say, put in the chat. Like, he's super entertaining, but it comes with the mess. I don't know what I want to say. It's no words to this. This is the only person I've met. It's no words to describe. Okay. Nobody else was coming out here but Jedidiah. So that was awesome. Wasn't nobody coming out here but Jedidiah. Didn't Jedidiah, I think he beat the feds. I mean, the feds were out here, but he beat Lori Lightfoot by a day, probably coming out here. We knew Lori was coming, but technically, I think Jed was the first person that has a huge platform that was coming out here, right? Besides Long Island, and we know he does just police. He's not advocate. He just wants to talk about the police. Shout out to Long Island. I still rock with him too. Jedidiah, I'm trying to tell y'all, like, he earned that $3,500, baby. You can give him 10% of Lori Lightfoot money too. But it comes with mess. It's controversial. Is that what I want to say? Yeah. It comes with mess. Now, you're saying that somebody will bring something up on your past. To me, you shouldn't even be worried, because all you gotta do is Google Jedidiah Brown. You see the Lakeshore Drive incident. You see the Kanika Jenkins incident. Then I think it was some with Kiera Cole incident. You see the people, I think it was the March for Gun Violence, and we didn't complete the march. We saw him jumping up on stage at the Trump rally. So I think he should be one of those people, not saying he's supposed to have armor all over him, unless it's something we don't know. What could you ever have those people like, hey, go ahead and do what you gonna do, because you can't hit me with my own stuff, because I'm gonna tell you. You know what I mean? You can't hit me with my own bull crap, because I'm gonna tell you. I always saw that as Jedidiah Brown, but a lot of times he's like, these people want to come up with something in my past. What more could it be? What more could it be? Just keep on moving forward, right? Because you already knew you had a past. So you wasn't even, we know this right here, Dalton, the situation here, in my humble opinion, is his time to redeem himself. Redeem it. You know what I mean? Yeah, what we all have a saying is just a sinner, okay? He's been through a lot. Well, Trustee Belcher, some people say that, but some people, what was we watching? It was somebody, it was a really good video I was watching. Oh, I was talking to Succeeding 2 and Gardett's Watch, shout out to them. And they were saying how people tried to bring up Harold Washington past little by little, even when he was mayor, like they kept on trying to stump it down to him, like he owed some money, blah, blah, blah. You just still got to put your head forward. Everybody got a pass. We all got a pass. So just put your best foot. But you did, like, the thing when he got on Lakeshore Drive and put the pew pew to his head and he went live and he had the gospel music playing and people was calling his phone and all that stuff. Then he went from there to doing an interview about it. That was his chance. Dive right into mental health. Because sometimes we think Black men just can handle it all, right? Dive right into mental health. Now you came out here because Andrew Holmes is a total Summer's Eve bag, right? And he comes out here to tell us to get Andrew Holmes together. I was all for the search, find out what's going on with the case, blah, blah, blah. But then we got distracted with other stuff. Some dude with a polka dot tie and a matching jacket. I don't care. Let's keep going forward. And yeah, you're right. That is really cool. Hold on, guys. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's true too, Jay Jones. I'm with you and Kiana. Like, sometimes, like somebody say, yeah, Burgundy was selling sandwiches in the Melanie Fitness. And then I'm like, no, I wasn't. No, I'm gonna go up there and tell you I was. So that was me selling the sandwiches. It was me, Trina. I was selling the sandwiches in Melanie Fitness. Okay. Let's go.
come to me? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? And when you don't do it, you're the worst motherfucker in history. I can't be ratchet like I am because everybody, that's Jedidiah.
Oh shoot, I got 2 shout outs. Real Late Night Crew, thank you for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate you. Today's Late Night Crew day off, so we'll miss you today, Shay. You were missed yesterday at the event as well. And I also Patrick Bob, thank you for, oh my goodness, $100. Patrick Bob sent us $100 on Cash App. Hey, we can get YouTube Premium now. Thanks, Patrick Bob. They're really excited about that. We can get YouTube Premium now, y'all. Woohoo! Okay, thank you, Shay. Thank you. Okay, so you guys, wait a minute. Who was I looking for? The Queen said, we can say the same about YouTubers making money reporting on the story. Jedidiah just made YouTube channel after all this time. If he was here for the money grab, it would have created channel. He would have created a channel for clicks and views. Well, he's monetized on Facebook, from what I understand. If I follow Jedidiah, so I remember when he gets to talking. And let me tell you something. I don't know if Hannibal is still in here. I know Hannibal is hungry. Late Night Crew, he's still going without being monetized. Burgundy, half of my videos have the red or the yellow monetization. That's why I gotta get back to Gypsy Rose. I gotta get back to talk about Gypsy Rose, because Dalton, you're not really making it unless you're making a whole bunch of views, like 100,000, 200,000. Maybe you're making it then, but you're hit with that yellow and that red immediately, talking about Andrew Holmes, Tiffany, all those people, saying things that's going on, sexual assault. You're getting those, you're getting stopped. Cash apps, stuff like that happens whether you're monetized or not. So just want to put it out there. Am I talking about, like, if you're speaking of me, am I talking about Dalton for the money grab? No, but can I say that Dalton has increased my channel? Yes. Just being honest, I already had a YouTube page. And then let's go back to Jedidiah. Jedidiah has to be careful because he's an advocate, and a lot of things he'll talk about, YouTube will shut you down. YouTube channel is not a easy channel to hold on to after all the social medias. I hope you know. It's not easy. People, YouTube channels are not the easiest channels to hold on to. So just putting that out there. Just putting that up there, so thank you so much. Somebody said, I saw somebody did something. Thank you so much, Jed. Stay focused on Andrew Holmes. This is redemption in that there are so many women connected to the violence interruption scheme. Thank you, Choose Compassion. Yeah, I wish he would stay with Andrew Holmes, but I think he sort of mixed entertainment in it. You know what I mean? But I think my only downfall when it comes to Jed is when it gets messy. But I guess advocacy is not messy. I don't know. Thank you for that. Choose Compassion. That's a beautiful photo too. Yeah. So that. Oh no, okay. Here go. And no, he's not. And Lady C, you're welcome to come up. I have the StreamYard here for you. No, he's not monetized. I could have sworn. Now, come on now. I'm not telling anybody not to. Someone just said Burgundy is JB okay. I would say, yeah, just use your discernment. Now, investigating advocate say he's not monetized, so he's doing everything out not pocket. Okay. And see, I have a problem with this. I was told this is Jedediah Brown YouTube page. I know what it takes to log into a YouTube page. Why is Mod Lady C responding on Jedediah Brown YouTube page? It's shit like this. Sorry for my French. And y'all know I don't do that a lot. I am confusion. I am confusion.
Want your blessing, but they don't want your process. They want your progress, not your process. And so I'm on here now because this is my personal life. And I want that person to know, you've only hurt me for 24 hours. Tomorrow, your bitch ass is a byword in my life. You will never be able to have access to me or anything that I do again. And I will expose you at every turn, and I'm prepared to do that. Put out your receipts. Do your bidding and your best. Me and my real squad.
That's okay. That's it. Jedidiah, you're a human being. He can't do it by himself. Great call, Jay Jones. Investigate and advocate. Definitely not monetized. We'll take it back. Jedidiah Brown is not monetized on the Facebook platform. Let's keep on going.
A dumbass. And we caught you. All it took was for me to get sick. Even sickness can be used by God when you're doing what he called you to do. And so if you're sick and you're mad at God, you better ask God why you sick, because he might be stopping you from running into something that will cause you way more heartache than that sickness down the line. And when you stop, or when you got to take a break, and you start seeing that people's agendas and their hearts are a certain way, you better pay attention every time. And when people hurt you, listen to me. Let them motherfuckers have 24 hours of your space. And that's it. And thank God for new people. I done preach better than you all on this Sunday than any preacher would if they preaching you just from the book and not from the lifestyle.
You know, on here, we always try to see both sides and try to just figure it out. You guys have some great comments in here. Someone said, my fear is all the outside noise is distracting from safe. Dalton, we have to remember that this is the division they want. Okay, I can see that. Everybody else asked for money. Why can't Jed? I agree, Zulu. Like I said, I think I said that he's flying back and forth. I think the organization of it all. Let me be clear. The fact that we have someone under here saying that they're investigate and advocate, my lady C. We thought this was Jedidiah Brown page. It might need to be investigate and advocate team, like somebody suggested. The list of all the different Cash Apps, Zelle, PayPals, that's your business. Maybe just to become more credible, we need to know all those funds are going to Jedidiah Brown. We need to know at the end of the year that Cassandra and B. Griffin don't have to file this on their taxes, and it's not going to be no drama there. We need to know that this is part of Jedidiah Brown's advocacy and it goes straight in. You know what I mean? That's what we need to know. That's what I'm trying to say. Am I telling y'all don't support, don't follow, don't do anything? No, I think I'm just getting nervous because this is when it gets messy. Starts getting messy. The breakdowns of the teams. I've saw this before, and Jedidiah cannot do it by himself. He's only one person. Okay. So there you go with that. I just think it needs to be more organized. Is that fair to say? A little more organized, a little more streamlined, only because people remember, just to start off with. But I can't tell him what to do. This is his business. You know what I mean? This is his business. That's all. Okay, I'm gonna bring somebody new up. Y'all know what happened last time we brought somebody new. They were like, stop messing with the super mayor. As long as we're respectful, we're not scared. You could be pro, against, to, and fro. Your opinion matters. Okay, let's bring up Choose Compassion. Hi, Choose Compassion. You're online.
Hey, Burgundy.
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm just checking in on you, making sure you're okay after all this, because I have been watching as a former resident of Dalton,
Mm-hmm.
and so I just as I said in the chat, Jed is great. He is controversial. He, been through a lot. But me personally, I when he came in strong on Andrew Holmes, I think that's where, that needs to stay. Now that Lori Lightfoot, she has the legal part of it. So we need to protect the women that haven't been affected yet. I'm all about this has happened. What can we do to save other women that are out here, people that are directly connected to Andrew Holmes, directly connected to violence and corruption? That's where, this is what has touched me and brought me back to, checking in on wait, what's going on? Because I've been looking from afar. So, I just, I think Jed is great. I definitely, I don't have a dog in the race as far as, who, what, but I can just say at a very basic level from first watching, now I'm switching back on over here to the Dalton board meeting. On a very basic level, those meetings were terrible. I mean, if she wasn't doing anything else, the way that she talks to people, that was my first red flag. Like, what? So I mean, I don't really have anything other than that. I wanted to just send you love and everybody that's on this. But I feel like Lori Lightfoot got it. I think everything is going to fall on the legal end how it's supposed to. But the flip side of that is we have people that are preying on women, and we have people that know that what the connection is. Let's focus on that, not on the mess. That's really all I had to say.
Thank you so much. And I'm like, both can be true, right? Like we can't be like, then we can be like, but he's still good, but
Absolutely. Both can absolutely be true. It is both. I think, like I said, everybody's reaching out to him. We all know that. So, and you do get sidetracked. I believe Jed is a Leo too, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So, you got that whole dynamic right there. Leos are Leos. So, but I don't think that anything that Jed is doing is bad.
Okay.
That I've seen. So, I think it's controversial. I think people don't agree. He's been criticized on even cursing. So, you know what I mean? People gonna like what they like as long as you're getting stuff done. And at the end of the day, I'm like, Jed, look, I done reached out to you several times to let you know. Come on now, let's protect the women that ain't been messed with. And that's all I gotta say.
Oh, that is great. Oh my goodness, you're right about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great one. Choose compassion.
You.
Bye. That's right. Like she said, like, let's protect the people that this hasn't happened to as well, because as we see, and I don't know if choose compassion meant this part, but this slipped into my head. Like, dude still showing up to crime scenes. He's still walking around here all willy-nilly. People still support Andrew Holmes. So yeah, that never crossed my mind. Like, yeah, we gotta support other. I mean, Andrew Holmes is not the only alleged creeper out there in the world, so we got to protect the women. Yes. So I love that. Let's go to the next thing we're gonna. Oh, thank you, Measurement. And that pit of hers that said ignorant old people, girl, you go to jail too. All them fake degrees. Oh yeah, when she stood at the board meeting, I think that was Carmen, right? Stood at the board meeting and said, "You just look at you a clown. Look at you a clown. Look what you got on." Y'all, somebody needs to like write a show, a sitcom or something. Hurry up. Don't talk about it, be about it. We got some screenwriters in there. Y'all, you got your characters right there. Go ahead and write it out. So yeah, back to Jedediah. Both can be true. Like, I remember one day I was on his live and he was asking people to help somebody and giving us an update and all this amazing news, right? And then all of a sudden, nobody was responding. Then all of a sudden, Cairo came out, and everybody was like, "How big is Cairo? How big will he get? How old is he?" And he's like, "I'm trying to talk about this real victim, and y'all care about my monkey." And he was absolutely right. So maybe the entertainment is it. Yeah. I'm, I'm okay. This probably Thomasina. Oh, I love that name. I used to have a doll, and her name was Thomasina. That's the name she came with in the box. That's such a pretty name. Now I'm not saying my Lady C is not part of the team. I'm saying I know what it takes to log in. So it should be not part of the, because wasn't AICU part of the team? I'm sorry. Like, y'all, we got to pick a struggle here. It seems like the teams are the problems. You don't know who you could trust. So don't let me hear nobody coming around telling me, oh no, we couldn't trust my Lady C. We couldn't trust her. She ran away with all the YouTube. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. That's all I got to say. I think it needs to be better organized. Not telling nobody how to run their business. That's just my suggestion. Because I'm like, okay, all these people got access to this and that. Where is, I don't need transparency. If I send you something as a victim, who gets it? Does Jedidiah Brown get it? Or does the pastor get it? My Lady C get it? What VVS on the Cash App get it? Cassandra on the Zelle get it? Who gets my information if I need help? It's not clear. So you can't tell me that this person right here that sent me this email, this person right here is not on Jedediah team no more. We denounce him. Well, he done got access to everybody's stuff. He's speaking on behalf of Jedediah. So if you got 100 people on your team, maybe 10% is bad. I'm gonna need you to just double check them. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I got to meet Jedediah. I think he's the bee's knees. I do. I think he's the bee's knees. I can't tell you over and over again how I feel about him, but some in the buttermilk. Some in the buttermilk not clean. I'm gonna need it to get more organized. That's all it is to it. And I'm not saying don't donate. I'm not saying don't donate to Jedediah. I'm not. I mean, this man, we saw him go from Vegas. No, not even that. We saw him come from Dalton, go back to Texas. Then remember he had to move two of his households when what happened? They sent that restraining order, right? So he had a house in Chicago and he had a house in Texas. He told us he had to pack up both of those households. This has all been happening within a month. Then you go from there to he flew from Texas. Then he flew from Texas back to Chicago back to Texas or wherever it is. And then had to go to Vegas. Then he had to leave for Vegas to be at the rally. That costs money. That costs money to support. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying don't support him. Now wait a minute. Now who is this? I've been around over 15 years and going nowhere. Is this my? I need your signature. I need your signature. Oh Lord. I donate to late night chat and Burgundy. That's all. And I expect it will always be. That's me, but where I'm most connected. Thank you. Now people worry about we're not. Hold on. Measure man. I ain't talking about money. I hope you know. I don't care. Jedediah has every right to put that Cash App up and everything. He has made the most movement. I do not care about the money. I want you to know that. If you were directed at that. And I don't think any of us should care. Let me tell you something. If people want to pay for OnlyFans to look at feet, that's their money. So you have the right to donate your money wherever you want to. And I'm not pocket watching Jedediah either. My thing is it's always this point where it's somebody that went astray in the team. So he's only one person. He only could do so much. We need some kind of, I don't know. I think I would never want Jedediah to pull records because how can you? I watched this man stand out there. I told y'all They surrounded him. I got now 365 in the chat, so I didn't have this many people. So I'm gonna tell you what I saw. I was out there waiting in line to talk to Jedidiah to get an interview, and I was very excited to see him. I'm like, dang, but I was like, dang, man, he moved fast. Jedidiah asked everybody in line that wanted to meet him to give him a minute. I don't know if this lady was with him, but I don't think she was. He ran to the car. Now, to me, he ran to the car to maybe get a sip of his Gatorade and just breathe, because he was answering question after question after question. And I, with my own eyes, watched people walk up to Jedidiah. I need help with this. I need help with that. And I'm like, and he took the time to listen to everybody. He did. I want y'all to know that he took time. It wasn't no, let me cut you off because the next person is waiting. It was, I'm going to hear you through and through. He looked them in the eye, and he took everybody's situations into account. So imagine I'm out there and I'm like, man, Jedidiah, I just need $50 to get on the bus. I'm assuming he would give me this. I'm not saying do that. I'm just saying, I'm assuming he might say, this person is in need. She's a Dolton resident. She needs $50 to get on the bus. That comes out of that money that we donate, right? So I'm not mad at that, because I don't want to count that. What I'm saying, it has to be better organization, because when we get to people sending emails out, people saying they're representing you, people's coming on there saying that they're C-mod some, and they logging into a YouTube channel when we know what it takes to log into a YouTube channel. Nope. Okay, let's go. Let's see. So, and I'm not trying to go back and forth, but I can't believe that the guy who sent the email is a trusted member of our team. But you just said that, but the man that sent the email, am I making sense, my lady? See, I'm not trying to be difficult. The man who sent the email is a trusted member of our team, but you said not to trust the advocacy cyber investigation unit. So I am confusion. That's all I'm saying. I am confusion. Let me go to some. That's it. Like I'm just trying to you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It just needs to be a little. Just, you guys, if I'm trying to say it correctly, both can be true. Just a little polishing up. Another thing, Jed is full of freaking energy. He bouncing from left to right, side to side. I can't even imagine like this man having this ball of energy. He must be in great shape. For me to hear that he crashed, to see we saw him in Vegas, to see we saw him there, to see he was taking question after question, I could believe it. It just wouldn't have been me. It just wouldn't have been me. I was sleeping. They was passing me around side to side. I'm not trying to catch a case. Just wouldn't have been me. Okay, let's go back to the video.
Them just words. But if your church is doing, that's called a testimony. And I don't try to prop myself up higher than the church. I just know that if the church world was halfway tapped into what God called us to be, it'll be a whole lot of things out here that's unjust that'll be dealt with from the front line. So with that being said, fuck you, dude. And I'm glad that I got every receipt. I'm going to do this. I want to help with that. I got this. I want to give you this. I'm going to show up. No, thank you. I'd rather show up by myself, have my own back, than to show up with 90 people and look big. And 89 of them don't mean you no good. I thank y'all as a man for your prayers. Y'all see, let me tell y'all what else I'm trying to do. I'm trying to grow up. That person came on here saying, you faking. I didn't even have to respond. I didn't have to respond. I will not go through that Kanika Jenkins stuff no more in my life. I ain't gonna respond. I didn't have to respond. You know why? Because you see what happens when truth and anointing hit? The tractors shut the fuck up. Fuck you, dude. We stand with Jed. Thank you. I thought he said fuck me. I was about to respond to you though, Keisha. But I say this, and I'm asking y'all to forgive me for my premature blessing of something new. But if they want to get your attention, make them get your attention another way. But that ACIU page was the formation of one of my research teams saying, look, we could do greater stuff. But no, it ain't about doing greater stuff. This is about people need for validation and their agenda to do whatever they want to do. And I'm asking you all to consider leaving the page. I'm on there as an administrator. I should archive that bitch. But I'm going to leave it after I've made myself clear. And the moment that they strike, this is the thing that's great. They didn't wait. So they can't do nothing because I'm already ahead of them. But the moment they strike, we dead in that ass. Because they couldn't wait. They thought they had their moment. But while they was putting up their scheme, woo! Jesus! While they was putting up their scheme, I was riding around Chicago in the backseat of a car that wasn't even attributed to me, sleeping like a baby, while residents of Dalton were organizing on a Saturday just to ride me around Chicago. And they did it until I got enough energy to get up and get somewhere safe. Now, if y'all don't think that this is God, then you crazy and out your damn mind. There is.
I only know two. You know what? Now I only know two police officers. I know three. I know three ex-police officers. Now I gotta ask. Y'all let this man be passed out in the back of y'all car and you just want to drive him around? Am I missing something? Do he mean like drive him stop to stop? Maybe it's something cool. Like maybe I'm missing something. Or they would drive him around until he was coherent? But I also want to say this. I'm so glad he didn't get in that creepy person car that he was talking about, was like, oh, I got a ride for you and all of that. Now, that could have been totally dangerous. So I am glad for that. So thirdly, because I am confusion. I love talking to y'all because am I missing something? Why did they fall out? And why did this person turn around to expose him? Was it just because the man felt like Jed wasn't answering the phone because he was passed out? I am confusion. Did anybody catch that? Anybody know? Modsy? Anybody? I'm confused as fudge. Yeah, I mean, and nobody has to have a, people, let me tell you, people snap. People could just be weird. People act, you guys, people act one way on the internet. You think they are cool, then you meet them and then they be totally weird. So I'm not saying that. But Jed has said he knew who this person was and they've been involved for a while. So what made this person and him fall out? Do anybody know? My lady C, do you know? Oh, okay. Somebody said they were bored and wanted to focus on Flint and leave Dalton. Okay, so I guess they were trying to push him over there to Flint to advocate. Mod C, I got a question for you. Were you ever a freedom fighter? Because I just noticed you said you were with him for 15 years. Were you a freedom fighter? That's a great question. Okay, so the group, they felt like Dalton was getting boring, so they wanted to. Oh, the question was, were you ever a freedom fighter? Thank you. Okay, so yeah, I'm glad that he was so exhausted he did not get into that car with the weird people, because if he knew them that long, he would have thought they were kind of safe. I know what he's saying, like, nah, I don't need this. Like, dude was like, we got to rewind that. Wait a minute. Okay, let me let this play, because did he say something like, dude was like, we'll get to that. Hold on.
And when you live in his purpose, no matter how fucked up you are as a person, God gonna keep you covered every step of the way. So with that being said, I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. When Judas kissed Jesus, that's when he was able to complete his purpose. But listen to me. Hell Week is going to happen if they like it or not. And it's going to be hell. And it's going to be marvelous. And it's going to leave something that the world will remember forever. And to that detractor, you're done. That's all the story is going to tell. You tried to get close. You tried to maneuver. You tried to make something. But all you are is a betrayer with no name. Fuck you.
Okay, now I just want to go back and again, I want to reiterate, we're just having a discussion. I'm trying. You guys know I'm big on this. I'm trying not to be passive aggressive. But my theory, if that's the word I want to use, is to sort of see what's going on, if you will. I'm not telling anybody not to support. If you support Jed, you're welcome in this chat. If you don't support Jed, you're welcome in this chat. And I'm not telling anybody not to. Like let's be clear. I said he earned remember he said that the Dalton said this was about $3,500 for him to come. He earned every penny of that, in my opinion. I mean, and he said he used that to help the victims and stuff like that. So I'm gonna believe you. I'm gonna believe everything you have to say. I'm not gonna sit up here and say, oh no, he went to Vegas and put it in the penny slots. I'm not saying that. I'm sure he's probably not getting close to what people who are pocket watching him would imagine, in my opinion. But I want to go back to what he said. The man said offered him this and that.
Y'all, people don't understand that when I'm on something, it's for real. I've asked for king discernment. That means that I have a great gift of empathy. Because with discernment comes empathy. And so, or you feel things. And so when I attach myself, and I'm sorry, my voice is gone because of a lot of reasons, but y'all, my body, I just got to get my body right. You faking. I got to get my body right. My body is not where it needs to be. So I'm trying to get my body right. But anyway, listen to me. I pray for discernment. And so I was really tired. I was really tired, but I had to press so that I could get to Chicago from Las Vegas. And when I was in Vegas, and my team, some of them are on here, we had a guy who was on our team who just, we had to put safety measures in place. If you was crying, your eyes would be red. So we had a guy who was basically like offering everything, like, I'm gonna be the resource. No, don't put no support in this. I'm just talking. I don't need no support for the cause. This is Jedidiah the person. Don't put nothing on here about support, nothing. Listen to what I just please hear me so I can just stay focused. But there was a guy who this isn't his first time being around me in causes, but he was offering everything. So one of the things we couldn't do, I couldn't use my own cards. I had to change my phone because I didn't want to be a traceable. So literally, he was like, I want to do this, I'll do that. If you need anything, I'll do it. I'll put this in my name. And I've learned through my years of advocacy, when somebody comes trying to offer everything, don't trust it. Do this, I'll do that. The things we couldn't do, I didn't want to die the person. Don't put nothing on here about support, nothing. Listen to what I just please hear me so I can just stay focused. But there was a guy who this isn't his first time being around me in causes, but he was offering everything. So one of the things we couldn't do, I couldn't use my own cards. I had to change my phone because of that.
That I have felt the most connected and valued.
I'm gonna leave this here. That's it. I wanted to hear that part because I was like, so I'm no stranger to what even me have an opinion what it comes with. I'm no stranger to that. I'm no stranger to I'm never on Jedidiah level. Let me be clear. I'm not an advocate. I'm just some old lady with a computer running her mouth. That's all I'm doing. You guys, I got the poppy. I forgot to tell you. Oh, my friend, she told me about the vanilla Dr. Pepper. I got some of those. I didn't try them yet, but I got the poppy strawberry. The poppy is good, but you know, we always talk about food over here. But it got like an aftertaste a little bit. So that's what I'm drinking today. So neither here nor there. I'm going back to my San whatever it's called, Pellegrino. But back to this. This is what I mean by maybe a little organization. And I know Jedidiah, meeting him, he's a burst of energy. But you needed somebody, you needed a new phone. Don't you have like a right? Them people, in the people right here, and I'm not trying to put anything on it. The people who got the nice cash apps and stuff, the PayPal and the Zelle, or all that stuff, those are trusted people, right? Because they are able to get the information, the money in for the cause for Dalton. This person, like, I could help you get a phone, or I could, you know, I switch your, was it cars or cards? I missed that part. I don't know if he's saying car, maybe he's saying vehicle. He had to switch his cars. We know Jedidiah had to move because of the restraining order and them looking for him. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'm just going to pray for him. That's all I'm going to say. But I'm like, you need to have somebody closer to you that you could trust than, like, maybe your mom, I don't know, but closer to you that you could trust than somebody that said they wanted to start the ACIU, because that one left real fast.
Please hear me so I can just stay focused. But there was a guy who, this isn't his first time being around me in causes, but he was offering everything. So one of the things we couldn't do, I couldn't use my own cards. I had to change my phone because I didn't want to be a traceable. So literally, he was like, I want to do this, I'll do that. If you need anything, I'll do it. I'll put this in my name. And I've learned through my years of advocacy, when somebody comes trying to offer everything, don't trust it. Don't trust it. Don't trust the person that want to give you everything and have every answer and every time. Nope. No, thank you. I'll take a flight out there with you. No, thank you. I'll get you the hotel. No, thank you. But I decided, okay, I'm gonna try and trust this shit a little bit. But it was already a red flag for me. Now, hold on one second. It was a red flag for me. And so anyway, I get to Chicago and I go to the rally. This is Jedidiah, the person talking. This is not no tea or none of that. But I get to the rally and I'm tired and I hadn't eaten. And I don't really recognize it because anybody who knows me personally, they know I don't really eat anyway. It's like, there's not nothing strange. And so I was at the rally and I was dancing with the people and talking to people, but I was a little disoriented. I was very tired. But y'all, listen to me. When we were going over our safety conversations, I have 3 levels of safety conversations, 3 levels of planning conversations with 3 different teams. And so when I was having the conversation, this person was like, look, I got the car, I got a truck and Escalade on standby. If you need me, I'm going to come and get you from the airport and I'm going to drive you. But I'm just like, no, I move solo for a lot of reasons. Number one, you don't never want people to know how you can come. The greatest gift that people can give you is to underestimate you. The greatest thing that people can do is to think you are alone. You don't got no love. You don't got no support. I've learned that. And so I was like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need you to come drive me nowhere. I ain't giving a fuck about what kind of cars you offering. I'm good. And so anyway, I get there and you know, they're messaging me. My teams are messaging me, but I ain't paying attention to the shit because I'm in the moment with the people. If the people are out there fighting, I can fight. They don't got a security. I'm good. I ain't worried about it. We wasn't even in technically Dalton. And we were monitoring the things that we have the ability to monitor. And so, long story short, when I got done, I was supposed to go right back to the airport. Somebody from my team rolled up on me. You're not responding. I'm good. I was supposed to go right to the airport, but I didn't feel well. But literally, y'all, please, okay, how do I make this make sense? I'm a praying man. So I felt like I could not leave. I was like, well, I don't know what to do. So I ended up going to dinner with some people. But while I was sitting there, I missed my flight. So I'm sitting there with the dinner with these people and I'm eating. And I'm like, I cannot move. Like I need to stay still for some reason. Y'all probably ain't going, people probably not going to understand because you're not in my shoes. So you're not going to get what I'm saying. But I stayed in Chicago and I went to dinner with these people from Dalton. And so long story short, when we got with the dinner, I got in the car with a resident from Dalton. I felt okay. I know that this person is a former police officer because we do our research. And I'm sitting there in the car and all of these residents are coming and like, Jed, we love you. And they show me all this love. But I sat in the car, and if y'all was out there at the thing, y'all would have saw I almost passed out when I was dancing because I was too tired. And I sat in the car, and my body crashed. Literally, I fell asleep. My body just shut down on me. And I wasn't gonna never say anything about this publicly. But the residents of Dalton on Saturday, because I crashed in the car, these people, man, they was moving me around in the car, letting me sleep. It was not supposed to do that. It was not planned. I didn't ask for it. It just happened. I fell asleep, and these people, one of them was a first responder, just drove me around. I couldn't talk to my team. I couldn't talk to nobody. I didn't have no energy. This is God. I'm telling the truth. But anyway, this really blessed me because I woke up and they was like, okay, we're not leaving you. So they was moving me around on their gas money in their car, letting me fucking sleep. Are y'all okay? I said this 3 times. I think y'all get it. I'm forever grateful for that.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next subject. I'm gonna leave that because this right here, y'all know I was supposed to cover this for a second.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
So, I'm gonna give you my synopsis. I can't even say that word. Municipality synopsis, if you will. This is with Burgundy Blue. I was gonna play this other clip, but I'm not, and it's not because I'm scared or nothing like that. I got to meet Jed, so I have a sort of respect for him, and I've been following Jed for a long time. This is my synopsis. You don't have to take this. This is my breakdown, if you will. This is my, I don't even know. This is my summary. I'm just saying words. This is my summary of the situation, okay? you guys, I'm not saying don't trust Jedidiah. I'm not saying that. I'm saying use your money for where you want to, when you want to, and how you want to. You guys support me. I appreciate that. I am one of the people they love to be like, YouTubers are making money off. It happens every day. YouTubers make money on several things. Gypsy Rose, I owe her a cute coin. One of my biggest YouTube videos was talking. You guys? My YouTube video that was my biggest was not Dalton. You know what it was? You guys remember Keith Lee and the Sweetly Seasoned lady? The lady, Keith Lee said, give her 1,000, her 1,000, you keep 2,000. And the lady said, no, I'm keeping, the lady in Texas. She said, I'm keeping all the money. That was a mess. That was the video that blew up the most on my channel, talking about Keith Lee and him. He goes out and he donates money to businesses that people might not know about. And he does food reviews, and he gave out $4,000. And he said, you give them 1,000, you get. She's like, no, I ain't giving y'all nothing. That ain't what he meant. That was my biggest video. So Dalton, my support has come through you guys directly for what you guys had given me as a yeah, she didn't want to give it to that. She's like, come get your money. That y'all have to, I'm gonna put it in my community page. That Sweetly Seasoned situation was a mess with Keith Lee, with his nice, kind self. So I'm not telling you guys, back to Jedidiah, I'm not saying don't donate, because I know how much it takes. If you see Shay be on live, what, 4 or 5 hours doing breakdowns, or you see Della, or you see Hannibal is hungry, that's still work. That's still work. Pink Book Lessons, that's still work. When you're seeing that, and it's even more work for the smaller YouTubers that can't afford editors. Not saying they can't, but can't afford editors right now, or they're the only. I don't have a team, so I'm not like Jedidiah with 100 people. It's just Burgundy Blue sitting over here doing everything, my editing, my thumbnails, whatever I could do, right, for this small channel. So most of this comes from your support. But people love to be like, YouTubers, yeah. Yeah, that's why skip YouTubers. Google making money off of Dalton. Us talking about Dalton, they get a nice 45-30% or something like that when you doing stuff. When you get super chat and stuff, they get a nice chunk. So yeah, it's entertainment, it's news. We have the right. ABC7 is not riding out there on fumes. They getting paid too. This is a hot story. Jedidiah, he is an advocate. He is telling us that he's actually helping the victims. I witnessed with my eyes a line form in front of him for help. I don't know what kind of help. I wasn't trying to ear hustle like that, but people's like, yeah, I got this problem. Yeah, I got this problem. And it went from person to person to person. So if I'm clear, he's doing something. This is what I think he needs to do, honestly. I think he needs to start logging. I think he needs to start playing things by the book if he can afford to. You guys, I'm not someone that could afford to do all the things I wanted to do in life. So I see when some things gotta slip through the cracks. But if Jedidiah is raising a nice amount of money for the fight, he might need to organize everything if he can. By that I mean it's nothing wrong with maybe paying himself. We see him instead of every video, he comes up and says, I'm not getting $1. Why not, Jedidiah? It's okay. It's okay. Oh, I'm not monetized. It's okay if you are. It's okay. I think the problem comes where people are like, oh, we sort of seen this before, and you're acting like you don't need anything. You know what I mean? You don't have to give full transparency and nobody cares about the finances. Maybe just make it a little more streamlined. I think I would feel better donating if I was donating to Jedidiah, not these other names. I would feel better emailing Jedidiah Brown my story if I knew it would get to Jedidiah, not these Mod C people. I would feel better following a Jedidiah YouTube page and feeling like if I send my information over to him. Like you guys email Burgundy Blue, it's coming to Burgundy Blue. It's not being filtered out. It's nobody on Fiverr reading your stories. It's going to me. So I think maybe if he paces himself, he's full of energy. And I think he just want to do a lot. Like, don't get to the brink point where you're passing out. And I'm literally, he said Dolton resident first responder. I want to know who it is. Because if you mean to tell me somebody, we just been through, I feel some kind of way about that. Now that I do. Now, did he say I was just sleepy and let me nap? That's one thing. But you're not responding. You passed out and I got to physically move you from side to side? Or did I misread what he was saying? No, you need to go to the hospital or you need to get some of those, what those call you? Vitamin infused. Ooh, you guys, have you ever went to those places that give you like the vitamin D and B infused stuff in your body? Because I watched Jedidiah. I did with my eyes. Say, give me a minute. And the people would not give him a minute. Just saying. Just saying. Maybe a little more streamlined. That's your auntie Burgundy Blue giving her little 1-2. What I think what happened. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I did see in the chat that man or whoever said we in the 2. Look over your shoulder. It's 2 black Escalades behind you, sir, ma'am, sir, ma'am. It thing. Don't do that in Chicago. I'm not looking over my shoulder for nothing. And don't be having eyes on me when I didn't ask you to. Okay? And don't come over here starting. Please don't come over here starting because I'm a blueberry, but I will turn into a tart.
You can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out.
And that's all I got to say about that. Okay? So we're going to continue. I don't think I'm going to follow Hell Week. I haven't made it up in my mind. But me not knowing in my head, now I'll follow him. I'm a watch, but I mean reporting. And me in my head, I don't want to. I am confusion. That's what I'm saying. It's becoming confusion. And that's where I have it at. I appreciate y'all so much to come catch me. Yeah, like people are so weird. Like they hide behind all this stuff and they do weird stuff behind the scenes. And it don't take all that because the fight is bigger. We do not know anything. You guys, Thornton Township, the feds moved in there. They moved in into Village Hall. Everybody on deck. Because now you guys, it used to be a city, Fort, I think it's Fort Heights, where the state or the government, either was the state or the feds, had to move over and take over the city. That stuff is nothing nice. It was like everybody knew don't drive through there because it was like everybody was on high alert. High alert. We could be broke. It's cities over here that don't have clean water. Do I have the city wrong? Let me know. I think it's Sauk Village that has a problem with water, and it might be Dixmoor that has a problem. It's villages that don't have clean water. It's villages that don't have stop signs. It's villages that don't have any activities for anything. No money for any. If your pipe break, it's just bust. It's just bust. Your house just sitting there getting flooded or water's being frozen over it. It's situations like that going on all over. Dalton is bad to certain things, but it's not. You can live in Dalton. You can live here. You know, it's nothing that's not livable. It's cities that have situations that not livable, like Flint, I guess, where you have to boil your water before you take a shower. We don't want stuff like that to get to that point, and praying for those families. We don't want our officials to be walking around thinking they can take advantage of people like allegedly Andrew Holmes. We don't want those people representing us. You know what I mean? We don't want for us not to know where the money is going. It's so many things that are going on, but it's a lot worse places you could be in than Dalton. And Dalton doesn't need any more drama. That's all I want to say. That's all I want to say. No, I ain't do none of that. Kirk Morgan with Pastor. Did you check him online and Google his phone number? No, because number one, and I'm not saying it like this. I'm not saying it like in a cocky way. Let's say Thornton Township did write me a ticket. Okay. Let's say that was an issue, right? Dalton has bigger issues than me complaining about that. Does that make sense? That's something I could just try to work out, handle. This right here, what I'm doing on YouTube, the money I make on YouTube is going to some of the battles I'm fighting. You know what I mean? I got a ticket and I was like, where this ticket? They were like, oh, this ticket was from this time, or that I didn't know. So now I have to pay a double up ticket. It's crazy. So but I can't really be like, oh, Trustee House, I got a $400 ticket when it's a sexual assault victim over here, or Clerk Keys is locked out of the Village Hall, or Miss Cheryl Hill, civil rights are violated. What do I look like? What do I look like needing Jedidiah Brown to advocate for a $400 ticket? Do I make sense? I'm not trying to be like cocky or nothing like that, but Free Indeed can't open up. It's like, Jedidiah Brown, I got a $400 ticket. Please help me. No, he has bigger fish to fry. So nope, I didn't even Google anything. I just wanted to point that out. Like, now we can't trust this person. We're supposed to be able to trust them. I hope that makes sense. What did we miss? Tanya wasn't here. Hey, Tanya. Thank you for y'all support. So that's where we are with it. Yeah, I just wanted to come on here and break that down. Because I was like, as soon as he said that ACIU, I said that person has Cash at me. Maybe, what do you call it? What's the other thing they do on here? Super chatted me. They have been involved. The only time I saw the switch was I was like, wait a minute, look over to your left. Excuse? Look over to my left for what? You can't be from Chicago talking in the chat like that. No, that's not what we do here. We don't do stuff. Look right behind you. Look right here to the right. No, we don't do that here. So that was I started to see a turning point. But if Jed says he's vetting his team and vetting these people, he can't do it by himself. You see what I'm saying? So maybe the people vetting the vetted that are supposed to be vetted, but they're not vetted, aren't vetting right. What'd you say? I think it was misunderstood what Jedidiah was saying. I'm just being honest, y'all. What part? What you think? What you think was misunderstood, Mara? And like I said, this I am confusion. And he's only one person. And I think maybe just slice off a little bit. Staples, like you said, this situation with this young lady. The whole mom popping up, like her son is not 30 years old. No, he's not that old, but he's like 25 years old, right? And no matter what, you could be a victim at any age. I want to say that. But it was the way she came on the live that day. Remember when he was live and she was like, I am the one whose son she was screwing. I was like, oh no. I like, I like, nope. I was with you. You had me till you went there, Jen. He was like, who are you? I am the one who she was screwing, the mother of the one she was screwing. Oh, do you want to come up? I was like, okay, here we go. Here we go. Now, that was my opinion. I don't know that to be true or not true, but I was like, Nope. I'm not feeling y'all try to pull stuff. I'm not feeling valued.
That I have felt the most connected and valued.
I was like, okay, lady, who are you trying to fool? Who are you trying to fool? Like this, that was me in my head. But if she's doing stuff like those photos, that needs to come out right away. Don't even hold it back. We can care less about the boobs. We can care less about the screwing in the cells. If somebody is hanging, that's my opinion. Y'all probably do want to know that. But if somebody is sitting up there saying, "Hey, I'm sending out crime scene photos," let it rip. Now that's totally different. Now, if you cheating on your husband, that's your business, child. I ain't got nothing to do with that. If that's what you want to do, you want to cheat on your husband on the weekends, that ain't got nothing to do with me. But yeah, that part. What happened? Did I miss it? Yeah, we saw that. We saw that they served subpoenas. But okay, I'll check. So this is what we're gonna do. This is what Burgundy Blueberry gonna do over here. That blueberry still cracks me up. We're gonna still support Jedidiah's fight, from the sidelines, because like I said, when he got up there and spoke, he shook the room. He finally got a reaction from Super Mayor Henry, and that was that. My advice, if Jedidiah even cares to ask, let's get back to the Andrew Holmes situation. And I agree, you shouldn't have to go to Flint, but then I also agree you trying to keep your audience engaged, right? I don't know, guys. That's where I'm at. Take care of yourself, Jedidiah. Take care of yourself. You're only one person. Don't rush. And you know what? Let's say everything Jazz saying is 100% factual. Don't let somebody else put you in mess, because you know what you had to fight to gain the people's trust again. And does that help what I'm trying to say, guys? Do you get what I'm saying? He came so far to gain the people's trust again. Now you got somebody that's ACIU, right? That's going to tarnish that. Maybe not. Maybe you just take it step by step for yourself. And because at the end of the day, it's your name on like I told Tiffany Henyard, it's your name on the line. This is Jedidiah. We don't know who you said you not naming the ACIU person, right? It's your name on the line. We all got Jedidiah Brown name on the line, not this person we don't even know. You know what I mean? I hope that makes sense, guys. Succeeding, you're here? Oh, wow. Why not call and ask? Excuse, what do you mean? Call and ask who? Why not call and ask Burgundy? Is this something? We'll see you later on your live, John QQ. We don't know if that's Jedidiah Brown, because that's what we've been talking about early, Mara. That person said they're a mod, so we don't know. So there we go. That's it. He's only one person. He only could do so much. And that's it. That's all we have with it. So yeah, just to make sure. I always tell you guys how I feel about him. I just don't know. It's something about him. He's very charismatic. He really should be in entertainment. His heart is on advocacy, but maybe he takes on a little too much. You know what I mean? Maybe he takes on a little too much. And you can't trust everybody. I've been out here as a blogger, and you guys, I'd be like, wait a minute. I'd be like, this ain't right. This ain't right. Somebody will tell me something, and I have to immediately have to look in it for myself. What's one thing I felt like probably wasn't right that I saw? I think I told you guys, maybe the currency exchange dude. I need more than what they posted about the currency exchange guy. When they have him walking away, they got like one picture of him walking away in cuffs, and then the other pictures of the currency exchange. And they said, I don't see him cashing a $500,000 check. I don't. Just from somebody on the ground. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't doing other stuff allegedly, but I don't see that man cashing a $500,000 check. I just don't. Like, you just not gonna have me post that. I'm not. And then people be like, "Oh, you're doing that because he's white." No, I'm not saying he wasn't involved in anything. I can't see his face. I don't have his whole name. I just see the FBI walking him around in cuffs. Now, being a Dolton resident and having to go to that currency exchange, it looks like him from the back, but I am confusion. I just don't get that. Like, oh, he was cashing checks for that man was in business when that place burned down. I just don't see that. Now, you'd have to give me more than that. Okay, so now is this Jedidiah or is this? Now, if you guys been in the chat this long, put a 1 in the chat so I'm not looking like a total jerk out here by myself. Is this Jedidiah or is this Mod C? If you saw Mod C, put a 1 in the chat. Because now I am confusion. Okay, let's move on. So yeah, and also that was just that with it floating around. He cashed 150K in check. Okay, I heard someone say it was 500,000 in check. So that's where I am with it. Not telling you guys, and like this is how I'm gonna use my platform for this. I'm not telling you guys not to support because it costs Cassandra. So now y'all logging into the. Do anybody know what it takes to log into YouTube? Just asking. Just asking. Oh, please.
So all I'm saying to you is like, come on, guys, we got to do better. We have to do better. And all I can tell you is that I am a fighter, and y'all know that. So when you come for me, be prepared for the fight, because at the end of the day, they talked about Jesus Christ. So why don't I think y'all are not gonna do me the same way? Somebody that's healing y'all and helping y'all. Same thing I'm over here doing, right? Healing and helping.
Right, asking another employee who went on that trip. You went down to Springfield, and what were you hoping to do in Springfield?
You need to ask the people that handles that. I'm not the one that handled that. I was just riding the bike.
We need more.
It could all be so simple. But you rather make it hard. We've been talking for 3 hours to Mod Lady C. For 3 hours. Jedediah needs to get some rest, Cassandra. Oh, hey, Cassandra. I think you're the young lady that I always talk about be doing a whole lot. I appreciate you. It's another some lady, or maybe it's the other lady. It's 2 of you that got an MD or doctor somebody. I learned of you from Alexis Wilson case. Okay. Jedediah, you gotta get some rest, child. Let me tell you, we done went through the clarifications of everything. We done went through the clarifications of everything. So back to my summary. I'm not telling anybody not to support Jedediah. I think that it needs to be more streamlined. And the StreamYard link, there we go. We got Jedidiah Brown on here. Okay, look, even though we said get the rest. Okay, let's bring Jedidiah up. Hey, Jedidiah, you live? How are you feeling now?
I'm okay.
You're okay. Okay, so I know you're probably perturbed by my discussion. So I have maybe 3 questions, and I didn't mean to take you out of your rest. So if you got maybe 10 minutes.
No problem.
But go ahead. You speak first. You say what you need to say. Go ahead.
I really don't know what's going on. I just know that my team members have asked me to come on and speak for myself or something. I have been trying to unplug today and rest. But you are somebody who I have been told and who I feel is very valuable in this situation. So I'm being responsive. So what is it that I can? I don't know. I honestly don't know the conversation.
Okay, so the conversation was, I'm gonna start with like a couple of key points. We were going over your video today. So when that video came up, it piqued my interest because I received an email from someone that said they needed to talk to me. You said, now first, before we start, ACIU, we are not to trust them now.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm sorry. ACIU, we're not supposed to trust them.
ACIU is a freshman group of investigators that I organized since being in Dalton. And I said I don't support them any further. They have done a lot of work as it relates to obtaining information. But due to what's going on in our background, I don't feel comfortable with the people leading it because they have now shown themselves to not be credible for me. So if I'm going to have people, if I'm going to be putting my stamp on something and say, go support this, I need to be supporting it too. And when I'm not, I'm going to say, don't. The reason that I've changed is because they have tried to they have created a lot of confusion for us, which I've never had amongst investigators. They're trying to push me to something that I'm not even capable of dealing with right now. And they have tried to make themselves overwhelmingly available and to provide all of these resources only to now try to use that as a resource to misrepresent and discredit me. I've not done anything improper with them, but they presented it as such, and I could never respect them again. And it actually hurt because I've known this person before this Dalton situation.
So they kind of like just turncoat on you in the middle of this because I was out there at the rally with you, and that was one of my questions. I said, Jedidiah just left Vegas. So in my chat, the ACIU, they were like, look over your shoulder, look to your right. We're in the 2 black Escalades, all black. I don't play like that, for lack of a better word. I don't play like that when they were directing that. And then it was like they're representing Jedidiah Brown. Now you said that you usually vet everyone. What was the vetting process with them? Even though you had history with them, did you ever think they would betray you? And if you don't mind, what was a snippet of the betrayal you felt like they were doing?
So they were well, we vet on a consistent basis, but obviously we can only get what's available to us, and we can never tell what's in a person's heart at the end of the day. What people are capable of, you learn that thing. And so with this particular person, they presented themselves like, so we had to do a lot of things. One of the things that we were monitoring in this, and we're able to monitor, is the response of the Dalton Police Department to what we have done. So we have a real reason to believe that people in Dalton Police Department want me hurt. Physically, won't literally have information or recording of Michelle Staples, who was a lieutenant that works in internal affairs. She's going to destroy my life. The people think that a cease and desist order and a restraining order is all I've experienced in this. But people got people in the street. They're street niggas. They're people who love all of the people who I've talked about in this ordeal. And I heard you say I should be an entertainer. No, this is what I do because I believe in it. There's a long list of reasons why I believe in it. Is because when I had my injustices, I had nobody. I think that I am charismatic. I do say and believe that I'm anointed. I am dysfunctional. I'm ghetto. I don't duck none of that shit. However, my life, what I believe in is that in order to please God, I got to fight for people who oftentimes can't fight for themselves or are afraid to be as real as I tend to be. So I get it, but chaos comes with it. But what people want is me to package this up and make it real cute, nice, and presentable so that they don't have to feel none of the pain, none of the discomfort, none of the agony, none of the drama that I deal with almost every fucking day. And so when I go on my live, this isn't no fucking ABC, NBC. This is Jedidiah's live page. Before I was talking about Dalton, I was doing my ratchet shit. So I've now had to yield my whole page over to Dalton. And it's hard because I don't get to talk about what I'm going through. So I choose sometimes to break script, and literally I'm testifying. For people who think this is fun, they think this is easy. Hell no. This is hard. And just like everybody want to question if they can trust me, imagine how I feel. And when I'm traveling and people coming up to me saying all kind of shit, I don't know who these people are. We don't know if they know the people I'm fighting against. So I'm always having to look over my shoulder. So it's a lot. And so I have a team of individuals, or I create teams. And in this particular one, this gentleman I met during the Kanika Jenkins case. And ever since then, he's popped up when I'm in the heat of any movement, and he gets involved as best as he can. But this time I said, okay, I've had an investigations team for quite a while. He presented a skill set. And so, hell, we've created a new team. And these were called my freshman investigators, specifically for Dalton. And in the course of this, he's presenting, I can give the money for things. I can get information for things. I got an Escalade. I got bulletproof vests. I got a gun. I got this. And it's like every day there's this overwhelming, I got whatever you need. And it's like, okay, we need the shit. So good. But I never really took it because though that's a flag for me. So when I went to Las Vegas, you guys, well, one thing we didn't talk about, and I'm sharing this with you now. I've never said this anywhere, but since y'all want to get to the meat and potatoes, let's get to it. We were monitoring them attempting to get a felony arrest warrant on me. Now, I'm saying this publicly because I ain't got nothing to hide and I'm not afraid. But they were trying to get a felony arrest warrant on me because I allegedly, there's no video, and I ain't saying if I did or not, but I allegedly put out somebody's titties. And in allegedly doing that, when these people were made aware, they wanted to get a felony arrest. Well, that felony arrest warrant would have allowed them to take my phone. It would have allowed them to get or try to figure out who I've been talking to, or how do I get my information. But I have such a highly skilled team. We monitored. Yeah, people gonna say, well, he can't do that. I ain't lied yet. We monitored if they could get this warrant. And we talked to officials. We were going through a process at the same time. Simultaneously, I'm going to Las Vegas. But since they're doing this, I can't get a hotel in my name. I'm not going to use a credit card. I got to switch my phones. I got to scrub things. These are the things people don't think about and don't know. So now I'm depending on 3 levels of team. One of them is my freshman team as well. While I'm dealing with the stress of that. Now, mind you, Burgundy, I already had to let go of a house that I had for a long time in Chicago because of this. I talked about it on my live. I'm sorry, I don't want to monopolize the conversation.
No, I want you to get it out. Now, you had, because of the restraining order and people knowing where you live, you had to move to locations, right?
Right, because when they served me in the restraining order, the police officers was able to get an address that isn't public. So they found my Chicago address. And so we was like, oh shit. So we had to, now that's what the restraining order allowed them to do, get the information. The only reason why they filed the cease and desist paperwork with the fucking lawyer is because they wanted me to give them they were demanding that I give them the proof and how I got it. And then they were not going to sue me for defamation. If I wasn't witty and smart enough and well researched, I wouldn't have been able to maneuver that the way that I have. So they were trying to get this warrant. I'm going to Las Vegas, but now I'm dependent on this team because I'm in the middle of this. And they're saying, you have these people saying, look, I'll take off work. I'll bring a car, I'll come with you, I'll get a hotel in your name. And it's all scary because every moment you got to keep on checking who you can trust. And so, huh?
I didn't mean, I was like, I can see that. May I interject right quick, if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
So Jedidiah, you're only one person, so you only can do so much. So when you're offered the help, it seems like you need the help, but you can't take the help. So where do you go from here if you can't get any help? We see you pass out. You don't. What's the, like? How can you maneuver around that? You need help. Someone's offering help, but you're scared to take it because now everybody is suspect, I guess.
You got to trust God, Burgundy. You got to have something.
You go get some rest, Jedidiah. This conversation.
I'm okay.
This can be
you got to have something, because everybody wants you to be a villain. But you got to have something that keep you going when you physically and naturally can't do it yourself. And for me, that's God. Okay? And you gotta take what you can take, and you gotta deal with what comes with it. So what people don't understand is that even when I went to, I'm sorry.
No, I want you to go get some rest.
Girl, I'm talking. I'm okay.
This is not a lie. This is not necessary. We could talk about this all week. No, it's no problem.
I just want you to, I mean, they told me to come. I'm here. I want people to understand this, because people say drama. They don't know what I went through. When I went to Vegas, you're going to ask my team, for the first 2 days there, I just kept moving around. Mm-hmm. I didn't even get in the hotel. I did not go into a hotel because I wanted to make sure I was safe. But at the same time, we wanted to get as much information in a small amount of time. So I'm literally following leads, tracing steps, working with my investigators to try to figure this shit out. And I'm literally moving around the clock. And so then the time came to go or come to Chicago, I was on the plane and I'm trying to put all this stuff together, but because of the way I am, I don't eat well and as a person as enough, but I don't sleep when I got something that I'm working on. I just don't, it's just me. And so when I couldn't really sleep, and I got there and I didn't want to, I didn't try to get in the front, didn't try to talk to no news. I wasn't trying to be seen. I wanted to support, because how can I not support the very people who I'm asking to do things? You know what I'm saying? It just was the right thing to do. But I pushed my way there, and I was really tired. So when I danced, I got disoriented because my body was literally beginning to, the weight of this was getting to me. But anyway, so I don't forget this point, this person was wanting to take care of all of the things that I need to take care of for Las Vegas and such. And so I said, okay, I gave them an opportunity to help me with something. They took that opportunity to create a narrative as if I was using them. It created chaos within the ranks of my group. But I was so shocked because I had already given them what they needed for the first thing. And this is them saying, you don't got to use this and you don't got to use it. I'm going to do it. Okay, you do it. I'm going to replace it when I get to my stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I got the screenshots and the messages of what they said, but what really bothered me, it isn't the fact that they out here talking about, they doing something for me or this case. It's the fact of how they did it. He failed me. He got this from me. We did this. And it's like, wait, what the fuck? Huh?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay, I'm following you. Yeah.
And then I'm telling them, I got to prepare for Hell Week. So let's get a plan that makes sense for people so that they can understand what's going on. If I got all these teams, I can't do everything. Investigate, organize, motivate, entertain, inspire, whatever the fuck people think I am or am not doing. I got to do all this shit. And then I got to come up with what's next. So I said, let's do Hell Week. I need y'all to focus on that. Then I'm being told, well, we need you to go to Flint. Well, okay. If there's something that needs to be done in Flint, I'll have the conversation with y'all. I'm focused. So then I get put on the phone with an alderman in Flint, I made no commitment. I said, well, let me focus on what I'm focused on. And if the people of Flint want me to come there when I'm done, we'll explore that conversation at this time. But now in the ranks of the people who are working with me for Dalton, now they're being pushed. We can do two things at one time. We need to work on get the people in Flint are hurting. Dalton is pretty much done. And it's like, wait, what? I'm focused on Dalton. Don't distract the movement and the fight. And then there's this infighting amongst the people who I would just guess consider to be my small inner circle, with people who are now trying to push us in other places. And now people in Flint saying Jedidiah is coming, and Jedidiah this, and Jedidiah ain't said a damn thing. Because when this is over, I need a fucking break. So that's how we got here. But when I got into the chat and I saw all of the confusion, and then I saw the person say, we're bored because they didn't have anything to do 1 or 2 days. And then the way that they presented what they did for this case and the way that the talking and all the stuff I did, I said, oh, no, I can't rock with this. So I said, I'm going to shut down the freshman investigation group. And then that's when my team told me, well, because we do vet. And that's when people from my team gave me something I had to give my vet team, because this person is trying to, in a sense, they're trying to sabotage if they are not getting their way. So I don't feel comfortable now with them. I don't feel comfortable with their group. I think that they're very capable of doing investigations, but it ain't as deep as what my other team's doing. Let's be clear here. They got great information, but I think that this is more so a person that wants self-validation, and maybe they want to, I don't even fucking know, to be honest. We're still trying to figure it out, because it's been a very hard morning for me, because I never thought that they would do what they've done.
I can understand, and that always goes back to when you let somebody help you with something, you trust them, and then all of a sudden they want to remind you of what they did for you really quickly. I have 2 questions. So these were the 2 questions that was going on in the chat that I was confusion about. How, number one, okay, because the advocate people, they were over here quite a bit, and they were super chatting, they were engaging with my audience, all of that stuff. How much access do your teams have? So if I'm a victim and I want to send you my personal information, sort of like today on YouTube, we heard from a mod. I know what it takes to log into YouTube and all of that. So if it's somebody else with access to Jedediah Brown, shouldn't it be investigate and advocate team or Jedediah Brown and co? Because I would think that I'm giving my information to Jedediah Brown. So how much access do the teams have to one another and to personal access?
They don't have a lot of access to one another. If there's a very, very small group of people who has access across the board, but even their access is limited, because again, you would have had to know what happened in that Kanika Jenkins case to know why I moved the way I moved now. But their access is limited, and I talk to every group. I have a person that's supposed to be a spokesperson that gives me a daily briefing, and they get instruction to take back. These new groups I've been trying to get organized. If you give your information to anybody, nobody actually, unless I tell you to give it to a specific person, it probably won't reach me.
Okay. And then I have a question regarding Staples. I'm sorry that happened, that you guys had to move and everything like that. I can only imagine that's a stressful point. I have a question, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Please don't take it that way. And I do know it speaks on character. Don't get me wrong. Having alleged sex and affairs and all of that speaks on your character. But why have you not focused more on the photos that she was passing of the deceased? Why are we more on the sex situation?
Wait, say that again.
I remember in the beginning. Yeah, you can. I'm inviting. Kiana Belcher, trustee Kiana Belcher. Why is the more focus on, like for instance, they wanted to get a federal warrant against you because they alleged that you might have had a naked photo or whatever. Why is more focus on the sex aspect than the photos of the deceased being passed around allegedly? That's more harmful, in my opinion. Is it a reason you can't touch that part?
Well, you're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't. When those photos up, that was proof there, and people were mad at me for doing that. However, you gotta. So a part of my team also have clinical psychologists who work with me, and we try to create a profile to understand the people who we're coming after and what will move them. One of the reasons why I attacked Tiffany's team and not Tiffany is because we believe that she is narcissistic and a sociopath, which means you could talk about her good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. It ain't gonna do
Mm-hmm.
shit. It ain't gonna do a damn thing. But when you talk about her team and you talk about what she cares about, she'll respond, and it has worked. We are putting up things to the public. The public ain't gonna do shit. And I say that to be honest, not disrespectful. So you can ask me anything you want to. Public 9 times ain't gonna do shit but just gossip. We put out things so that people can pay attention and keep this thing in the forefront and move it and maneuver it. And we got them shook if because we're talking about things that they had no clue we even understood. Putting out pictures about a crime scene is something that the authorities have to really react to. But if
Okay.
somebody know you've been fucking in the jail cell on company time, that's not just the authorities, that is now public perception. People ought to then call for your removal because they lose confidence in you. When we gave the picture of the crime scene, what did people do? They didn't do shit. So literally, you cannot have one without the other. If you're going to expose a person's behavior, you also have to dive into why they act the way they act. You got to know that Carmen is fucking Keith because now we understand why Carmen won't hold Keith accountable, why they won't tell. You got to understand the culture of the institution you're attacking, and you got to chip away at the small pieces that not only give people the attention span to pay attention, but it also shakes up the institution because that's what they actually would care about, be moved about. But when you got a democratic system protecting a person, you could talk about that corruption all fucking day. But if they're not going to move officially, it won't matter. So people don't always understand my method. I get it. But I try to give as much understanding as I can. But it doesn't matter. Because even after talking about this, somebody gonna be in your comments talking about why they don't rock with Jedidiah, and I don't give a fuck. So we're doing the best we can with who we are and what we have. And I'm sorry for the moments that are not palatable for people. Those are the moments that they should ignore. And just wait, because there'll be moments that they can.
Yeah. Last question, because I want you to get, and you're right. I mean, you're only, Jedediah, please know, I know you're only one person. You're only one person. I want to get two things clarified. So we don't trust the advocacy CIU team or that person that was running it. We don't trust them anymore. They're not a part of Jedidiah Brown team. Right?
I've lost confidence in them, and this is what I fear. I fear that because of the way they throw tantrums, if people give them information, that information could be weaponized against you. And if it ain't feeding the ego of this person or whatever the agenda is, it could be turned. They can turn. Period.
And we lost the it seems like a lot of us were like, okay, we thought you were coming out for the Andrew Holmes situation, and we do see that you're helping the victims along the way. Are you going to be deterred from that situation, or what? Like, are we going to get back to the Andrew Holmes case? What is going to happen there? Have you found any new developments other than what we saw in Vegas? Do you have another plan? Maybe is the question.
We're keeping our finger on all of it. And like I said, I started with Andrew and I ended up with all this. They are all in tandem. This is not a few people doing bad behavior. This is a pattern of an organization. This is the pattern of an organization that is weaponizing government. And we're trying to press for that organization to be brought to full accountability from the top to the bottom. So if I'm talking about Andrew Holmes, I'm talking about Staples, if I'm talking about Lacey, if I'm talking about cops, if I'm talking about anybody in Dalton, it's because we find them a part, Kim, we find things that connect them, they're interconnected, that one thing couldn't happen without the other. And so that's my focus, the organization. I started with Andrew, but now I've discovered an organization because this isn't the only account like this. It's just the only one that y'all heard about so far. But I'm just trying to take today. I'm trying to figure out, and this is what I'm saying. People say, well, why not just deal with the crime scene being compromised? With Hell Week, it's supposed to be hell. So if I bring out some of this shit that I got, y'all ain't gonna like it. Ain't gonna be easy to be stomach, but I didn't do the shit. But I think people need to know.
Yeah.
So it's hard, and I'm gonna be attacked either way.
What do you think this is the last question? I need you to go sleep. What do you think the most people attack you for? Like, what's the thing that bothers you?
I've been doing it too long for it to bother me. I just want people to, people can have their opinion, but my thing is that it's so fucking stupid to me that people will watch you do it, deliver, and they still will try to rebuff you having the help. I can't do this all by myself. And people don't understand, like, I gotta have help. And I'm telling y'all what we're doing and how we're doing it. So I just don't understand why people have a need to try to, because I'm not, I don't think I'm a likable person. I don't. I'm rough around the edges. I curse. I'm very confrontational. I can be emotional. People don't like my lifestyle. So I'm not likable. Fine. I ain't the finest nigga in the world, whatever. But I'm doing the work. So why would people say he's just trying to get cash out? I ain't got not one fucking bill of mine been paid with this.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm saying, if I got resources, I can get tips. If I got resources, I can organize Hell Week. If I got resources, I can help victims. And you actually see me doing it. Why is there a need to even talk about me getting resources? Give the nigga his resources, man. Like I said earlier, motherfucker Charles and Netta got all this money just for sitting on there talking about some fucking lunch is ready. But people get mad at one nigga who's literally showing up, getting anything, and it's just ridiculous to me. And it don't bother me. It frustrates me, to be clear.
I think that, and we said this on my channel, you guys in the chat, you can confirm it. I don't think it is, to me, I don't think it should be an issue because this stuff costs. I don't know what you do in your day-to-day life and what you put on hold to advocate. So I don't see that as a problem. But I think I always get kind of nervous when it's like things get deterred from the focus. I want you to complete the assignment that you feel God's giving you. We're not going to stand in the way of that over here on Burgundy Blue Commentary. And we wish you the best, and we want you to get some rest.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jedidiah Brown, you guys. Okay, so we heard from Jedidiah, and that, like I said, like we said at the beginning of this, if you guys been on this 3-hour live, he's a man who you can't describe. Jedidiah is someone you cannot describe. He is truly unique. Advocacy is not for. I'm not an advocate. I told you guys from the beginning before he got on. I watched the line. The people was waiting in line to tell Jedidiah what they needed help with, asking him for help, and he just needed 5 minutes away, and they started following him to his vehicle. Like, no, I need you to tell you what I need right now. I think his heart is in the right place. My thing is, I think it needs to be a little more streamlined because he's been an advocate for a while. He might need to streamline it, tighten it up, if you will, so these things don't happen. People could turn coat on you at any second, but maybe things have to be a little bit more tight. Even some people that were like, over here we have a discussion, but it's people that if I say something about Jedidiah, they say they're part of his team, they support him, and they come off like not a supporter. If you're a supporter of mine, please don't ever go anywhere trying to go to bat for me. Let people say what they want to say. I mean, you can have your response, but don't get nasty and out your character to defend me. That's me saying that as Burgundy Blue, because everybody's gonna have an opinion. I, for one, I don't have a problem with him asking for. Like I said, I don't know what he's doing his day to day. He could be have a 9 to 5 for all we know, and he took his 22 weeks vacation to help Dalton. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. But I think it needs to be tightened up. I hope you guys can see that before it gets out of hand. I think it needs to be tightened up. He did to give us an exclusive about them trying to get that warrant. Now that was something interesting, that they were trying to get that for allegedly a photo. That's quite interesting. You can't do things like that because I don't know what state. And he said he's not gonna say if he did or didn't. So I'm riding with you, Jedidiah, on that point. But you can't do stuff like that because isn't that like revenge porn or sex? I watched that on Lifetime, y'all. So I don't know. I'm like Burgundy SVU. You can't do stuff like that. I definitely don't want him not to help. I've said that in the beginning. When he show up, people show up. I just think it needs to be tightened up. I need to know this many people don't have access to what he's doing, but then he can't do it all alone. So that's my summary. It's like he's only one man, but maybe he needs to tighten up his group because that person, that advocacy, had a lot of things riding on Jedidiah. And that's it. Yeah, that's what we're about. This is what we're about. Please. We know he brought out people and changed the energy of Dalton. Succeeding, I'm with it. I don't know how to describe Jedidiah. I just want him to complete what he. Okay, this just came to my mind. Y'all see how he passing out now? When he passed out, that was a beginning of what could happen. Like, you need to sit down for a little bit. You need to relax. Even right here, him calling in, like his team saying you need to relax. I'm sorry. Excuse. Maybe he need like a chief of staff or something, like whoever, like somebody that could speak. Jedidiah, not speak for him, but like here's a statement from Jedidiah Brown. I'm just gonna read it. He's only one person, but he probably has more on his shoulders than he could realize. It wasn't even like we're talking about him, but people talk, that's going to happen. But I don't even think we were talking about him in such a way that he had to get up out his slumber. Like with people waking him out his slumber, he needs to rest. So what I'm saying is I'm not saying that in a negative way. So he has to be the end all be all the time. I like that, J. Jones. That's like a family member that uses your information. What's this? Mara, your mod Mara sent me information. Mara, come to the podium, Mara. Jed doesn't like giving over control. That's what we argue about constantly. Thanks for that, Val. Okay. Is that Leo, Val? Is that Leo? Is that Leo? Yeah. That's that Leo, Val. He doesn't like, it's people like that. They just want to be in control of everything. I can see that. And then you know what, Val? I'm gonna double down on what you're saying. I guess we try to be fair. He gave somebody a little leeway and look what happened, right? So I'm listening. We listening to both sides here. I think it's easy for everyone. This is from Succeeding too. I think it's easy for everyone to stand back and say what needs to be done, but it's not like the days of MLK when he can trust people. This man came from minding his business to help. I can see that too. She's the one that sent me information that you got ticketed for $400. I don't blame Jedidiah. Good point, Gracie. I find it very disturbing that the people seem to think some corruption and deceit is acceptable in Illinois politics. I have many say this. No. I think Jedidiah should expose everything. Yeah, like he said, it's all connected, right? Look, let me tell you one thing over here with Burgundy Blue. God gave me one mouth and two ears, so I listen. I'm listening to you guys. I'm receiving it. And that's what we're going to do. I just feel like things probably need to get more streamlined in the future. That's my advice. You don't have, like, who am I? I'm an old lady with a computer. But that's my advice. So that he doesn't, because everybody, I think Kiana Belcher put that in the chat. Everybody wants to shine, right? Everybody wants to shine. Somebody said the whole chat is we just talking. So I think my basis of starting the conversation was this man got access to an advocate and said I would help. This is what we're getting from Jedidiah, and said I would help. And now they turned on him. And, you know, ain't that one of those things? I can't imagine, because even like me and Succeed and talked about this. Remember back in the MLK days and with the civil rights, it was a collection plate going around. It was an envelope to help, to help fund the fight. Help fund the fight. It's not free. You think Ben Crump running around here for free? No, not I know he's a lawyer, but Ben Crump ain't running. That's why we ain't seen him yet, because he's trying to see if Dalton bankrupt. Then Ben Crump will come running. So that's where we are with that. So this, this is quite interesting. What's going on? Now, see, I don't even know if this Jedidiah. Actually, here's another exclusive. I'm done. Done with what? Because if this YouTube, I don't even think this chat, if this is Jedidiah, I don't feel like the chat has been, you've had allies, you had people that said, I am confusion. You had people with questions, but this small chat, we just want you to rest and get better. You're out here as an advocate and you're fighting for Dalton. You need just your rest. You need your rest, period. And if you want to quit, it's your prerogative. This is the fight that you want to do as an advocate. It's your prerogative. It is. I'll be turning over everything to the collaborative partners for a successful Hell Week, but that shit just pissed me off, Val. You really know that wasn't cool. What was not cool? It's more chaos. Oh God, let me bring up Succeeding. Mods, can't handle the chat if you can. We don't want nothing. Jed, all we can do is pray for you. We're just asking questions. Just asking questions. And that's the thing about being in YouTube and being a journalist and stuff. You might have questions. You might want to ask. And that's what's going on. You might have a question like, hey, what's this? I am Confusion, Succeeding too. Who is an ally of she's riding with Jed. So she probably has a different see, and look, and that doesn't sound like him. Can we even know? We don't know if this is Jed or not. Jed could have fell asleep and then the next person got the login, because that's how the chat started. So he didn't say, I'll say for Burgundy Blue Commentary, he didn't say that online. So when we hear from Jed mouth, that again is why I feel like stuff needs to be streamlined. It's for his safety as well. Let's bring up Succeeding too. Hey, Succeeding.
Hi.
Happy Sunday. Maybe
Happy
you can
Sunday.
voice reason. Come on with it, Succeeding too.
So I'm new to him, and and watching him and like being on his lives, you can see there's an anointing. And it's funny because like I've led like many projects and no one is asking me all these questions while I'm leading my projects. They're not like I'm responsible. I'm tasked with it. I give each person that is on the team a responsibility. And can you imagine like everyone has like all these questions times 1,000 times 2,000 times 4,000 and at a point it has to get annoying because you're there to do what you know that you do. But when we look at the past, I didn't see anyone questioning Martin Luther King like that. We have questions. Whatever, when he said, this is what we're doing, we're going to do a peaceful, that's what they did. They weren't asking, well, why do we need to do that? And why does this? They went and they did it. And that's why we're where we are now and why we are going and able to go in the bathrooms, any bathroom we want and have,
Yeah.
and not be like Hidden Figures where she was going over a few buildings in order to use the bathroom. Jesse Jackson, no one was like, oh, wait, okay, now why is this? Why is that? There used to be a time where there was a respect. And that's what's missing. And like, I mean, no one can take away, and I don't even live, as you know, in Illinois, and no one could take away. Before you got there was the same people. I'm sorry, same people.
Yeah.
So now it's easy to say, oh, you don't have to be the one. Oh, you don't have to. Didn't you call them back here? Didn't you say, well, why you leave? Now, it's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. That's why it's not for everyone. Because I'd be back on that midnight train to Georgia.
Girl, I would be gone, but I think that somebody summed it up. Let me tell you, you're right. It was the same people out there until Jed came. And then when he made that noise at Thornton Township, it really shook people up when they saw he wasn't scared. When we got there, I remember them pulling Jedidiah to the back, and he stood tall still. They thought they could intimidate him.
Right.
I think, and this is it. It's like your past comes back to only some people. If he's fighting the fight and he crossed the finish line with this, I think it's going to change his entire.
Yeah, but wait a minute. You say his past, but isn't that why this person is in office? Is because no one looked at her past?
You are 100%.
So we talk about his past. Are you kidding me? We got a person that didn't pay rent, didn't pay $416 little funky dollars, let 1,057, I think it was, dollar check bounce, and has treated the people of the village like you all were peasants, and ice skating rinks in her daughter's name, and basketball courts and stuff that should people, and he asked for $2 and people, well, what was you gonna do that for? And yet this woman went and bought Escalades and Cadillacs and Navigators and Range Rovers and a car dealership and a new house and nobody mad.
You are 100%. Like, this is the thing. People want to see the work. They want the fast results. I think it was a combination of Jed coming to town making noise and Lori coming to town making noise.
Right.
My whole thing was with Jed, because this happened, and I followed him a lot. Like you said, you're new to him. I followed, and I was a supporter of his for a while. I don't have anything, like I was excited. I said, what is Jedediah doing here? Like, he just left. He's really putting in the work, but not to the point where you're to exhaustion. I think everybody got a pass. Look, didn't Jesse Jackson have
but that's reality. It is to exhaustion. All of them have had times. I mean, even in the Bible, that's what one scripture that's used, where Jesus even had a time where he was so exhausted. So, and so we all work to a point of exhaustion, but everyone's levels are different. God gives us all, different what we need.
Yeah. You are absolutely right. I like I said, nobody's perfect. Like I was about to say, I said, yeah, Jesse Jackson had a baby on his wife. We just throw that under the rug. We said, go, Jesse, let's just
Right.
go
But
for
think
it.
about the reason we here. We are here because of somebody that has allegedly committed all types of stuff. And we want to talk about past?
It's everybody. Look, we're talking. The reason we're here, Andrew Holmes, we thought he had a squeaky clean, and then Tiffany, we didn't know she had a past until, well, we didn't know about the mold, but until the peaceful protests out front of her house when they finally revealed it. Hold on one second. I got advocacy CIU in the chat. I didn't even realize this. Okay, advocacy CIU. I think that it should be two sides to everything. I'm new to my platform, so because it got messy between you and Jed, I'd rather keep that off. I appreciate the gifts and everything. If you want me to repay you, I can send it back. But I don't want it to be like a mudslinging fest between you and Jed over here. Does that make sense? I hope you're okay with that. I don't want, it's not that I'm not against Jedidiah Brown. I want to be clear. I am confusion. And that doesn't make it clear, but I am confusion if you there. So if something happened between you and Jedidiah Brown, oh, you said something about my mod sending an email. Okay, I'll look at that. But yeah, I just don't want it to be like a mudslinging contest, with Jed and what happened between you guys. I hope y'all can resolve it, because if you had the resources, advocacy, okay, I do, and I'll email you. If you have the resources to help Jed, and I was listening to Jed, you know me, I live in la la land sometimes. And if y'all had a simple disagreement, I hope you guys could come back to terms with that. Like if you wanted him to go to Flint and he felt like he couldn't go to Flint, I hope it could be something worked out where y'all could continue the work. Like he said, he known you. It's hard to lose friends, with a misunderstanding. So I hope I'm making sense. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not a bash Jed channel. It was just like, man, I see the same. Here we go. I'm gonna need him to pick it back up. And he's only one man. So I hope I understand. I hope I'm being clear.
And we all have a responsibility. And we can, send a message and say privately before anything, because see, once something is put out, that gives it room for things to be misinterpreted. And
Yeah.
it's easier to say, hey, do you have time to talk? But again, times 4,000, times 5,000, times all these people. I need you. I need this. I need help. I need that. Times. And then, people are, well, why does it have to be you? Why you? If what the Bible? If me not, why? Who? Then who? Because before I came, it was the same 5 people.
Yeah, it was the same people, and we were getting I was here, we were getting no results. So Jedediah does have a place. He does have a place, and I want him to, sorry guys, getting the hiccups now. I want him to keep going, but take care of himself at the process. Jedediah, you took those 2 flights, and what do the airline stewardess tell you to do first? Put your oxygen mask on first before you can help someone else. And I know that's hard when you're coming from the heart. So that's all I wanted to say about that.
Yeah. So sometimes we have to be careful of what we ask for.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that song. What was it? Be careful what you wish for, or you just might get it. When I grow up, I want to be, I love that song. I want to be rich. I want to be famous. I want to have boobies. You know what I'm saying? Be careful what we're, and then we're like, oh my gosh, we're double D, or we're D, or
Yeah. And we're gonna focus on each other, because we can't let stuff divide us. Oh, I see what you guys are talking about. Advocacy. I already put that out. I put my ticket out on my Buy Me a Coffee. So it's not a secret that I started to get tickets and all of that stuff. It's not a secret. I put that on Buy Me a Coffee. Okay. So we don't have to go back and forth, and we don't have to do separation. My job on this channel, I want to cover all sides. and that's what I'm aiming to do. And and get justice for a few people, hopefully along the way, especially amongst the corruption. But at the end of the day, I'm be honest, we can't blame nobody but ourselves. We done voted this child on in here. We gotta
Gotta work with, because it's like a tree, it has a lot of roots. So he pulling up those roots, and everybody like, get back to him. And he like, you know what? But you got to get this root, and you got to get this root. But we want to hear about that. But we got to get this root, and we got to get this to get this, and get that to get that.
Yep, and that's it. It's steps. It's steps. And you know what happens when we think now? How did we go from we're arguing with well, say okay, let's see how we started here. The first thing we started with was the Tahoe and the Vegas trip.
Right.
Now we all the way down to boobies, sex and jail and bootleg coats, and now we want to fight with each other.
Yeah, because that distracts, that distracts the mission. Because we have to focus on, it was a conference room I sat in, and it said, focus on the issue and not the person. And I live like that. Focus on the issue and not the person. And if I focus on the issue is, this is why we're here. We're here to get this corrupt person out of office. Because if we focus on all these different people, it's still going to be that same person in office. And if you think it's horrible now, wait till next year.
Yeah, she'll turn around. We're fighting, and then she'll get a whole nother turn.
Y'all not gonna have no water. Y'all not gonna have no trees to absorb the flooding. That infrastructure is gonna be tampered with. The pipes gonna be gone.
She said it stole all the copper out the
village hall gonna be named Hinyard and Associates.
It's something. So we have to go back to the fight. You guys, Burgundy's gonna continue to report on the news, but I told you guys at the beginning, I'm not gonna cover Jedidiah Brown because I don't know how to cover him. I just don't. So that's where I'm gonna step back. So we're gonna watch on Facebook, we're gonna watch all the things that he talks about. But over here, I just don't know how to cover him. And it could be because I have followed him a long time, if that makes sense. I'm like, okay, we're not feigning, and we're not doing this. We're going to need you to take care of yourself. And another thing, people of Dalton, we have to show up too. It was maybe out of 17 cities, it was 50 people out there.
You see what I'm saying? So that's why I say it will be right back. Keep on, like with that focus on him, and you don't have to do this, or you don't have to always do this. It'd be them same people right back all over again when the people were looking at the trustees crazy when they spoke. It'd be right back to that.
Yeah, it's gonna go right back to, you are right. I didn't think about that. Right back to square one.
Because if you remember, you asked for him to come back. If you remember correctly, what I said was, I kept saying it was the people of Dalton's responsibility to come together.
Exactly.
And you were like, but he's, I want to know what he got. And I said, the people of Dalton need to come together because they are the reason that they're in this situation. Not because he wasn't here. He didn't vote.
And look at the meetings I've been to, guys. I went to one Thornton Township meeting. It was full. Seats are plentiful. Nobody went. We go to the Miss Mary does the rally, promote the rally. It went around that the rally was allegedly going to be canceled. It wasn't canceled, and we knew it wasn't going to be canceled at the end. But nobody showed up, even when they went to every city and sent out invitations. Nobody showed up. And I'm gonna say, it didn't have to be other people that showed up, but Dalton should have been
right. And that's embarrassing when you have more people from other places. So that's where people, and I said this to you from the beginning. I said this to you if we go back, you and I have to review those old lives, because you'll find out that a lot of stuff that's being reported now by other people, we talked about it, family, here. We talked about the money with the restaurant, because remember, that's when you said that you didn't think the financial piece of that person having that was so important. And then I brought up the South Suburban College situation. And think about it. People are just reporting on this stuff. What they doing? Going back watching your channel? Because we talked about this family 8 weeks ago.
Yeah.
6 to 8 weeks. This old news for us. We knew about the South Suburban, and we knew about the rent, and we knew about the burger. Look at all of this is just coming out now. You're hearing people report on that now.
Yeah.
We talked about that. That's old news to us. We're like, oh, you know how when we were kids, oh, I been knew that.
Now, what was kind of cool though, shout out to, did you watch that video about the tree trimming?
Yes.
I know Brittany Norwood had been saying something about this. It's ridiculous. Why are we spending this money on tree trimming?
Right.
And now but that's again, Dalton, we weren't showing up, including me, not showing up to the board meetings, not standing on their necks. No, you can't do this. This isn't right. That's not what you said last time.
Correct.
Okay, you said you were going to expose the people. Where's our receipts? Put it on the Jumbotron.
Correct. Because, she's analytical. And if you go back, even when Trustee Brown brought in that gentleman, he came in to tell people how to use the trees in order for them not to have the flooding and the issues that they had. That was his purpose.
Tea with the trustees. I remember Valeria Stubbs said that she was glad she didn't cut her bushes.
Correct.
Because it absorbed some of the water going into her house. And I wouldn't have learned that if I wasn't watching the Tea with the Trustees at that time.
Correct. And so remember, that was the purpose of, because Tammy talked about they didn't know why he wasn't getting a call back. Remember? Well, that's why he wasn't getting a call back.
Because he was trying to educate people about how
to save the trees.
And then I want to say it was Hannibal maybe last night, or someone on a Dalton, they put like a list of how many trees were in the village and how many are needed. And it was really quite interesting. I fell asleep watching it. I want to see it again. No, it was in the Dalton politics group. So I'll try to cover that later, guys, because I didn't know that. Yeah, you can't just we need it for oxygen and
right,
et cetera. We don't need you to cut all the trees down in the village.
And this is the thing. If you all notice, okay, so I am like really tree obsessed recently. And I don't know if you all have noticed this where you all live. I have learned more about trees than I ever cared to learn, because I called you all. I sent an email I called Chicago, because I wanted to find out who the person was that was in charge of the trees in Chicago, because I was noticing some things that I had been noticing since last September. So there's something already going on, if you all notice, with the trees. If you take that back way, that you take if you were going to the Thornton Township, look at the trees in that forest preserve. You notice that they have been cutting a lot of them down.
Yeah.
That because they've been dying.
Okay.
So
yeah,
this is happening all over. And I know it may be in you all states, because it's definitely throughout, whether I'm in Naperville, whether I'm in Lisle, it's happening in Chicago. And so I've learned that there's something that's called, I think it's called caters. Caters, like those are those funny holes. So if you notice, some of them had these weird holes in them now. And cankers, that's what they're called. So you all, I called even Lisle to find out about these trees. And she told me that global warming and there's some other things that are going on that are causing, and no one is talking about it, because I looked it up. And so you already have all that stuff that's going on. And just imagine that, and then the trees being cut down that don't need to be cut down.
And let's not forget, like, you're right about that, but that whole thing was, if we did need some trees that were cutting down, we budgeting or getting the RFPs. You know what I mean?
The
So
people haven't been paid. Yes, James, I called the forest preserve. The guy emailed me back. The head forest preserve guy emailed. I didn't like his answer, so I didn't even acknowledge what he said. So I called the Arboretum in Lyle because I felt that they would be more credible, and I like what she said more. So she, went on to tell me about the global warming, and so now I have some pictures I want to send her because I want them to really take a deep look and watch. You all are going to hear people talking about trees now in you all's area, and you all going to be like, you know what? We talked about that on Burgundy Blue.
And I want to address this comment. So Millicent, thanks, Millicent, says Jed is live now talking about moving aside on Dalton. We can't tell, and this is me succeeding. This is my opinions on this channel. So you guys don't put it on succeeding. Okay, this is me. I can't tell Jed what to do, and I can't tell him how to feel. I tried to be, I just tried to talk about it. So if this discussion made him want to quit, he might have already felt the heat at that point, like not in a bad way, but the exhaustion, everything going on. If Burgundy Blue Commentary was the breaking point, maybe I saved him.
It wasn't necessarily you. It may have been some of the things that were in the chat. They may be cleaned out now, but it may have been some of the things that were in there. Because, of course, he's looking at those too.
Oh, okay. I can understand that. Yeah, but
because I could see what would make me leave if I saw it. I'll tell you offline. I could see it. I'd be on that. I'm telling you, I would be on the next train smoking.
Now I'm going to say this. I asked Jedidiah before. I said, Jedidiah, remember I was talking about Staples, and I said, and this was. I asked him. I said, on the record or off the record. I said, do you ever think? Because I knew Staples had some teenage kids that were in high school. And I said, did you warn? I know you can't warn, you know what I mean? But how do you feel that she had those teenagers? Did you say, look, I'm about to expose you, get your ducks in a row? And he said, if I had to worry about that, I couldn't do what I do. So that's sort of like, I was like, oh, you're right. If you had to worry about somebody's feelings, you couldn't do what you do. And I hope he do hear this.
Right.
That's the same thing over here on Burgundy Blue. If I'm talking about a subject and what's going on, you literally told us you passed out, you had to be driven around, and someone that we were told to trust at first we can't trust. That is a topic to discuss. If that makes you quit, I don't know what to say. That's a topic to discuss. It is.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. But I wish Jedidiah.
I don't think it's you personal. I think, sometimes when, things are coming in and, it may be overwhelming, especially based on what may already be on that person's plate. Because sometimes, we're just assuming that it's just the platter that we made at our buffet. But he may have visited a couple other buffets prior to getting to our buffet.
Okay. And that's it. That's why for one thing, and shout out to Advocacy CIU. Like I said, I saw you gifted again. I do not know your plight. I do not know anything about you. I just didn't want it to become and I can, definitely send you that back. I did not want to start where it's Jed saying something and you're saying something, because from what I gathered from Jed's situation, he's saying that you guys had words. So maybe you guys can work it out behind the scenes, but I didn't want it to be like a situation over here.
Y'all have a call, go out for coffee, take him to Rosebud Prime over in Munster and have a nice steak. And, that's how you work it out, over a nice steak.
Yeah. And I want to say this as encouragement to Jedidiah. I hope this is not going to come off the wrong way, because I don't want to put my foot in the mouth here. But this is what I mean by maybe organizing a certain way, not trying to tell you how to run your business. We don't know who to trust. We were in this live from the beginning with someone saying they're under your YouTube handle, but they're not you. Then we got someone that says they're the spokesperson for AICU. Then within 2 days, it's like, okay, don't trust that person. You're only one person. Take it step by step. The fact that you're helping in the capacity that you are for Dalton is enough. I don't think you have to release, and I'm using this lack of a better word, tea every day for us to be engaged, because we're engaged with Jedidiah Brown, period.
Right.
And we're watching your movement, period. So if you need a day off to rest and recuperate, and if you need to cut your phone off, and if it's getting so bad that people are trying to subpoena you here, there, and everywhere, and that's going to cost you, take those little pit breaks that you need to take, because you've done what you had to do. You know what I mean? Now we got the FBI, and now we got Lori Lightfoot, but it doesn't mean that we don't have Jedidiah. We were happy to see you at the rally. Happy to see you there. But if it's taking a toll on you, rest. That's it.
So, Kara was in a chat, and she it was like something like negative being said when he first came to Dalton, when everything first was coming, when you had the big meeting, and Kara shut it down, the negativity down. And there was like this whole, and it had been before she got there, it had been at least minutes of it. It's quite some time of, he should have did this, and he should have did that, and he should have did this, and he should have. And so, and then when Kara got in, Kara said it, and then it was kind of like he really didn't do it. I mean, they even, said, that. And Kara got in and she said, he changed the whole energy.
Yeah.
And once she said that, then that was kind of it. Things shifted, but it should not be. And so it's not, sometimes it's not so much because, how like it's Christmas time. You're tired. You didn't spend all your money on your kids and your family, but you're appreciative as long as they're appreciative. However, when you're seeing, it's kind of like, when when Israelites got delivered out of Egypt, and they were started mumbling and grumbling as soon as, why we had to eat manna all day, then it was kind of like this, okay, we need to go back to it. It's just that type of thing. I think that type of thing that makes him possibly, I don't know him like that, but I would think, that may be the thing that may make all of us kind of say, you know what, they could take this and, figure this out.
I'll double down on what Kara said. When because Jedidiah was there, a lot of things that they would have. Now, imagine, you guys, I was there. What's that when they block the police block-offs and the metal detectors, the lead out locked on. If Jedidiah was not there with the influence, they probably did worse.
I think so.
But they knew he was there with that bullhorn.
Correct.
So they did not want to do worse.
Correct. Yeah, I think so. Because it's a difference in having someone that's used to that. Because, like you look at those videos, like when you see someone like Tyrant, Terminator come in and they're used to, he'll say, oh, I do this all over. It's kind of hard to dispute a whole lot of things with someone that knows their law, their rights, how things should be organized.
Exactly.
And even Regina, you think about Regina, NBC, she asked for a copy of the threats because think about it. She's a journalist. She wants to see, like, you're saying this. However, let me see that. Yet to be shown. Because remember, I called the state police that day and I had asked them what happened. So they told me if Dalton feels there is truly a threat, their protocol is to contact them. So since they didn't contact them, what does that tell you? That they probably weren't that concerned and they didn't want them in their business. You know what I mean?
And I think a lot of people don't want people in their business. Like, this is just, when I tell you this is overwhelming.
I mean, the police.
Oh yeah, the police
They
don't
don't want anyone in their business that may say, oh, wait, they have the right to go in the building. You know what I mean? That's going to allow people to exercise their rights. Wait, why do you have a police behind her with his arm on the podium while she's speaking? You know, those are things that, you know, if he was inside, because it was kind of like, well, why does he need to be inside? If he was inside, do you think that would have been happening?
No, because he would have stood up. It's like
he would have walked up there with each person and double dog dared anybody to say anything.
Sort of like how Rabbi walked up with Kara when they when they let Kara.
Right.
They were so smart.
Yes.
They were so smart, and he had her back and her sister.
Yes.
Now, so that was the basis of what. If you guys are just joining, I'm not going to report on him because I don't know how to report on him.
I agree.
And my thing is, I don't want to mess nothing up, which I see. Like, I'm like, I don't want to mess it up, but my situation still stands on what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he needs to organize I'm not telling Jedidiah what to do, like he's been doing this longer, but it's falling into that same past category. And I'm not saying this it seems negative, but I'm trying not to be. The past.
What would you do differently?
I would organize everything, streamline.
Who would you have to do those things if you can't trust people?
I take a break and maybe organize it myself. Now we see the people that he do trust, and that would be the people that have the Cash App handles, and his mom came up to talk in his honor as well. Maybe keep it with that. The 100 people investigating the freshman teams, the 100 people that want to participate in Hell Week and all of that stuff, that's what's getting really confusing. In my personal opinion, because it's like people are saying, I want to be a part of the investigation team and I want to do this, and then it's getting a little messy. And that sort of happened in the past. Now Jedidiah is only one person, and we see it all over. They don't want him to spend a dime on nothing. We're watching this man fly in and out. We don't know if he's flying Spirit or Delta, but he's spending his own money. I think he has a right to. He needs the income to fund the advocacy if we're asking him to come here. I don't think anything's wrong with it. I just think that it needs to be maybe nothing with transparency, but maybe if I'm sending money to Jedediah Brown, I'm sending it to Jedediah Brown Advocacy. Not and I'm not, it's no shade to anybody here. Not Cassandra, not Griffin. Just go ahead and send it to Jedediah Brown. They could be part of your team, but maybe let's tighten it up a little bit. Now we're not supposed to trust this person, but I am the spokesperson for Jedediah Brown Advocacy Cyber Investigation Unit. We heard from Jedediah Brown not to trust them anymore. So I'm gonna stand with Jedediah on that part, saying that because he knows I don't know.
Right.
So Jedediah, maybe tighten it up where, you know, this is the email to reach Jedediah Brown.
Right, because he may be listening. You know what I mean? That's why I asked just in case.
And then lastly, if you guys were in the chat, put a 1, because sometimes we've been going on 3 hours and 41 minutes. And a lot of people are joining us. Put a 1 if you heard. We thought we were talking to Jedediah Brown, but we were talking to someone that had initials Mod C. Now, if you know anything about YouTube and Google, you know what it takes to log into somebody's YouTube page.
Right.
Then it switched from Mod C to Jedediah. So we didn't know who we were talking to.
Right.
We didn't know who. So maybe just tighten it up a little bit.
I think he's a project coordinator. But I like what Carefree 002 said. I, for one, will be praying for him. I encourage all of you to pray for his health, his strength, and for God to watch over him. That's the very least we can do. Because well, not you, Burgundy, but the rest of us in the chat, we could sleep at night not knowing that we don't have threats and things like that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. And he's going out here saying that he has to move. He couldn't even have the same phone. He couldn't book a hotel room with his credit card
no.
because
think about what happened to you. You were in a different, vehicle.
Yeah, look what happened to me. So I'm all those claims Jedidiah has valid. I believe it. I'm saying maybe tighten it up, streamline it. So, like you said, project coordinator, at your own time. That don't mean overnight. At your own time, just so you have everything tight. Because
Mhm.
you're working against a machine essentially. This is not just I don't think I've seen Jedidiah come up besides the Trump rally, really come up behind a whole machine. You have a government that you're coming up against. You have the village of Dalton.
But I don't think it's the government. I think it's just like I gave that example, like the Israelites. I think it's the Israelites. The Israelites are there. Like, oh, what you need this for? What you asking this for? Well, you need, this and this and that. I think it's that, and he's kind of like, hey, look, I was chilling at home minding my business. Y'all asked me to come here. I didn't ask you all, hey,
Yeah.
and now I get here and you're like, oh, well, why you here? Does it always have to be you? Do you have to do, it's kind of like, well, what were you all doing before I got here? Explain that to me and then answer that question. But he's a nice person, so he didn't say that.
Yeah. He did say, like he said, I think he's helpful. I think he's helpful. I think he has a mission. I don't want to take that away. I just think it got to be tightened up. That's my opinion, guys. That's just my opinion. And I have decided not to cover him here on my channel. But what I will do, if I see Jed at any of the rallies, I will say hi. I will ask for an interview or something like that. Me breaking down every time he go live, like I usually do, with like, let's check in what Jedidiah has to say. That's gonna stop over here on Burgundy Blue, because now I am confusion.
And now he has a channel. You know what I mean? So because he has a channel, he's kind of saying what he has to say on there.
Yes.
And so, no one probably needs to report because, like, I was there, like, look, I was in Vegas with him, when he was standing downstairs and, demanding to see the look, you see, I was there.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah. And so now he has a channel, so he's able to, say those things between his platforms.
Yeah. And I think him now, you guys say about the Leo, I think him quitting is the Leo in him too. A little bit. Like, you know what? I'm tired of y'all. Like I always say, Jedidiah is like David Ruffin on the Temptations when Barry Gordy gave him a letter that he wasn't going to be part of the Temptations. Like, I made your asses. That's always
right. I'm a Taurus Aries, so I would say the same thing though.
Yeah, so I see that part. So that's it. It's like I am confusion. I have questions, and that's where I want to talk about. Yeah.
And James Mack, he doesn't have his whole name there for privacy purposes. For those of that he doesn't think knows him from Chicago. he said you're gonna make him. He almost said in here, you're gonna make him come out of retirement because he used to, do his broadcasting, and you're gonna make him come out of retirement.
Ooh, I think everybody has. I follow everybody. I think everybody should have an opinion on it. Yeah, I will. I won't cover him, but if you think I'm gonna ignore him if I see him, like just walk. I'm not gonna walk.
No. And Mara has been saying it, like, kind of the same thing. I said, focus on the issue, because as soon as your eyes are taken away from that and it's on the person, then that's when things are going to go, because, things are going to go haywire, hen yard, if you will.
Hen yard, yeah.
And so I think it's important to focus on, what's going on, what you could do to help, and everyone kind of allowing themselves to kind of, say, hey, what can I do? Is there anything I can do to help you?
Yeah. And when I can, I fund the fight for Jedidiah. But I want to address this because I know what it costs. I know what it's cost. Just like to do, I don't know what it's costing him mentally or anything like that. But I'm just talking about the finances. I know it has to be hard. I watched the line form right there. Everybody asked Jedidiah for help. I saw it with my own.
How many people?
maybe about 5 or 6 when I caught him because it wasn't that many people, but 5 or 6, like, it was a small group, and I might have actually caught it. And he was like, and it was one person after another, just saying their woes, for lack of a better word. And he did not cut one person off. He was listening to them from the beginning to the end, and I was like, wow, that has to be a lot. Like, he let them speak. But I wanted to say something to, I think it was it somebody said something up here. Yeah. She said, aren't gonna cover him, but you would interview him. You won't cover him, but you would interview or question him live. So this is what I'm trying to get across. I think me covering him, that's opinion based. Okay, so I'm voicing my opinion on how I feel about something said. If he's out here fighting for the people, and he's out here in Dalton, Thornton Township resident here, I want to definitely come and say, Jedediah, you got anything to say to people and cover? I'm not anti Jedediah. I just don't understand what's going on. So I think it's a problem for me covering him because I'm voicing my opinion. And then in turn, everybody else bring their opinions because we all have one, right? And then it might come off negative, and it might come off like a little battle in the chat, like earlier. And we don't need that. We need to focus on what's going on.
And Jonathan said, Tiffany's ideas are great for a big town, but not Thornton. And it's so funny because you remember I said to you, where does she think she's at? Naperville?
Someone said Naperville, then someone said Country Club Hills.
No, I told you Naperville. Well, because Country Club Hills, yeah, Naperville is supposed to be the top city in Chicago to live, or in Illinois to live. And so Country Club Hill has horrible school district.
Oh, yeah.
Naperville makes the list every year.
Yeah.
Naperville, Hinsdale, Downers Grove South, Downers Grove North, they all make the list.
Yeah.
Oh.
They are. Yeah,
so Country Club isn't making any lists, so.
Yeah, so she probably does. And I don't think she would even want to be seen south. Like, she's like, look, I'm going far away.
Oh, you mean her, where she's moving?
Yeah.
Oh, no, she probably would move somewhere like that. She would not move someplace like, she wouldn't move to the west suburbs. It wouldn't be a fit for her.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah. So
they'll run her out of there in a day or two with the ordinance or two.
Yeah.
And, so now she probably is. I was thinking Orland, actually.
Yeah.
That's where I was thinking. Orland Park.
Yeah. It's poor Dalton, poor everything. I'm not looking forward to the it's definitely gonna be steps, and it's gonna take a whole lot of people. And then let's not forget we got Lori for 7 weeks. 7 weeks.
I can't wait for Lori to drop another shoe. And look, Beauty from the Lord Estate. I like that. Beauty from Our Lord Estate. Oh, I gave you a whole different name. Beauty from Our Lord Estate. Who else from Dalton went to Vegas? Beauty, you and I must be related, because I have asked for that list. I asked Edward to put me just a nice little PowerPoint. I told him he doesn't have to say anything. Just let the names flash.
Yeah.
But we could kind of come up with a list. Everyone in Thornton, with the exception of Chris Gonzalez, went. And I know that Jerry's, I had heard through the herd, Jerry's wife went because, she wanted to go. And so they went, although they don't do any business prospecting. So I'm not sure why they went. And I guess it was just a fun time, and everyone in Dalton went, with the exception of the 4 good trustees.
Right.
So there you have it. You have her two, and you have the team, with the exception of Chris in Thornton Township. Now, as far as her staff, definitely, she likes to travel in an entourage, because look how she went for the fake charity. She had, the whole police. Oh, plus remember, a police team went, whoever was on duty. So they went as well.
Oh yeah, she brought the 2 Live crew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, because remember, even when Roland Burris asked her who went, do you remember what her comment was? Oh, everybody. Like, he's supposed to know who everybody is.
Yeah.
She said
Like
everybody.
who support everybody. Everybody was there. Who's everybody? Because it was only 2
Where's
trustees.
Kiki at? That is 3:00 in the morning. Kiki, where you at?
Yeah.
Thank you, Kiki, for being here. But where you at? That is 3. Did you say 3:00? No, maybe you didn't say in the morning. You said 3:00. Where is it 3:00 at?
Isn't that interesting? It's people all over the world.
Yes, Kiki, where you at? I'm thinking you right around the corner when you be in these chats with us.
Yeah.
Like, let's go Burgundy. Let's go pick up Kiki. Kiki, like, okay, y'all come pick me up.
It's people all over. In Hawaii, Corbin said. I thought Kiki was
Yes.
in Hawaii.
That list should be able to be for you.
Well, you know, none of the FOIAs are getting in.
I bet they will be now.
They have. Well, now you're gonna have a real FOIA officer, and you're gonna have real situations happen.
Correct.
Now, and I had no idea that. And you know what was so funny? I was out there that day when they went to Dalton, and the lady said, I was told they're going to Thornton Township next. And I was like, oh, okay. And I didn't see anything. And I guess they sure did. They went on over to Thornton Township.
Yes.
I said, wow. So, yeah, I mean, it's room. You guys, I want to be clear. It's room for everybody to fight for Dalton.
What James said, 7 police officers. Okay, James, you have to clarify.
Oh, yeah, 7. You had
James, you are a person with a background in media. My expectation for you is for you to give us a list of who went, for you to FOIA those requests, because you're in, you know where you are. I won't say it down there. And so you can FOIA it and it won't be any threat to you. So I think you should be able to get that list of who went, James.
Yeah.
And we expect you, the Burgundy family, to report back to active duty.
Wait a minute. Somebody said, Burgundy, you said you wanted to drive there and you ended up choosing to stay in Dalton. I remember that. I remember where was I going? Oh yeah, to Thornton Township. I did. Yep, including the chief. Ooh, the chief. Oh yeah, the chief. Here you go. Yeah.
Did you FOIA that list, James? Okay, I'm a IMU. I'm a message you, James.
This is quite interesting, you guys. Like I tell you, this is interesting. I think everybody has
Oh, Corbin is in here. Hey, Corbin. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where Kiki is.
Let me actually get I have to get going for work, you guys. I have to get up out of here. I have to get up out of here for work. But you guys, gotta say I'm a FOIA to see if that gold mic is actually gold. That is hilarious.
Wait, did his page really get hacked?
Who page?
Jedidiah's page? Or is this earlier?
No, that was somebody saying they
No, that's what is in the chat. I could see someone with a background similar to the person that was recently indicted trying to hack. But I would think he would be busy with other things. He probably still in the bathroom, y'all.
Hey, Paul Roberts, avoid Bravo Burgundy, avoid confusion, or as I said in a confusing way yesterday, excuse. Yes. Yeah, we're not gonna let anything. We're gonna take care of each other. We're gonna still, like I said,
We are.
We're gonna still support Jedidiah. I'm just choosing not to cover him because I am confusion. So that's it.
I say he gonna check to see if the gold mic is really gold.
Now that's the FOIA for you. it's something. I think it was Shay at one point said something about he said the speed bumps was from Uline. I was cracking up. Now that I want for you, if the speed bumps came from Uline, because those speed bumps are really, really tall. That's so funny. That is so funny. Yeah.
Okay, so I just looked it up. So I guess gold mics are not as expensive as we thought. I think it just probably looks expensive because even just going to Amazon, and when you find it on Amazon, it's not that.
Mm-hmm.
You all could get your own gold mic for as little as $15.
Oh.
When it's gold, it just because how people were dipping their wedding rings and dipping them in platinum because it costs more to have, So yeah, you know how that is.
Yeah. You guys, I'm so sorry. I gotta go to work.
Okay, so you have to play the song. I go to work.
Appreciate you succeeding too. I'll be back tomorrow. Because I have a more flexible day, but I have to get to my night gig.
Yes, we will see you then.
Okay, love you guys.
We appreciate you. Love you all. Love you, Burgundy.
Love you, succeeding.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, guys, thanks to succeeding too. Always coming in, being the voice of reason. I appreciate her. I appreciate y'all so much, and I'll see you guys soon. I did get some emails. I'm thanking everybody. I did get some cash apps and gifts, and I thank everybody there. Like I always say, anything come for me, like the color purple. Anything come for me. I want Jedidiah Brown to stay encouraged. I do have questions. I be wanting to know, and sometimes people can be in a point when they're a breaking point, and I hope he's not at that breaking point. But yeah, I do have questions. I think we gotta tighten it up over there. I was talking to somebody that I had no idea I was talking to for about 8 minutes. I'm not trying to, like ACIU, I was listening to them. Like, I didn't want it to be a fight between the two people. Everybody is able to research and do their own that divulge from there. I think he is a help to Dalton. I was happy to see him. My point was, here we go. I don't want to see this happen. That was my point. So you guys, I'll see you soon. And yeah, we'll be back and we'll be checking on. Make sure you take care of yourself and each other, okay? Bye.
Commentary blue, commentary, burgundy, commentary, commentary blue, commentary, comment burgundy blue, commentary blue, commentary, burgundy.